Good morning, everyone, and welcome to finals day here at the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro Am. We are here. It's 7:30 in the morning. The waves are pumping. I am here with Bo Nixon. Bo, what an exciting day we're in for.
Oh, Emily, it's going to be an amazing day of action. We have some of the best sup surfers in the world taking to the water today, and it's going to be such a great showdown. Can't wait to get the competition underway. We're going to be starting with the women's semi-finals, so some big names coming up in that first heat.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a day packed with good heats. I feel like every heat today is a final.
Oh, definitely as well. We're going to be running the four-person heats, moving through the semi-finals and finals today. So there's going to be non-stop action coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We're here for finals day, crowning world champions today at the end of the event, which is probably going to be in just a few hours' time.
Yeah, it's we're just running two semifinal heats here, and then two semifinal men heat, and then we're right into the finals. And after that, we'll be crowning some world champs.
Yeah, super exciting day on our hands. You can see the waves rolling through. Got a lot more consistency in the waves this morning. The competitors are going to have 30-minute heats out in the water. We did see 40-minute heats yesterday, but that swell is still rolling through. Lots more waves in the lineup. So lots of opportunities for our competitors. We have your current 2022 APP World Champion coming up in the first heat, Keita Inui. She's going to be up against her sister, Sakura. They'll be looking to progress through to the final to make it the Inui final again.
Yeah. And then we're having Camille Dubrana and
Marine Caudreau, the two French competitors up against the two Japanese sup surfers.
yeah, exciting heat, and yeah, and yeah, as we said, the conditions are just looking amazing. Light offshore wind, super clean. It's gonna be a show today. I think there's gonna be some big scores.
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be some big scores. We saw excellent scores drop yesterday for the competition. And I think we're going to check out a recap and a replay of yesterday's highlights.
He is up and right. He seems to find the good ones here. Nice go. Now he's turn off the top here. It's that end section.
As he drops in, Lemon has to look at him as this one, huge carve off the top. It's like a vertical up into the lip. He's going to take this one through for a third turn.
Really happy to win that heat, and yeah, I was feeling good during the whole heat. I think my strategy paid off.
Moritz with a big carve.
Amazing first turn from Moritz. He's looking to back it up with another carve here for to round out this heat as he goes up into the lip again and lands it. Salazar behind him on another set. He's going to carve off the top. There we go. There's Lacko Salazar. Fantastic turn. And again, backs up that top turn into the pocket. It goes up and over that section.
His backhand again here. What a nice snap off the top.
Going to go off the top on this one to slide the tail. So Pedro getting back into the conversation here.
So as we've seen Sebastian Gomez up and riding here on a nice looking wave. Wow, just off the top there. Carving back to the white water as he's looking for that end section.
Going to drop down to one of the bigger waves we've seen.
Wow.
Great first turn there from Wellington. He's going to back it up again with another turn off the top. This is why he was your 2019 event winner. He's going to take off using his priority. Dropping down the wave face on this one. Fantastic looking wave. Goes up and vertical into the lip. Luis Denise again. His backhand carving off the top. He's going to go again up into the lip. Throws it up there and links together through for another maneuver.
Wow, what a day we had yesterday.
I'm just looking forward to today's action if we get waves just like that. We arrived at the contest site not too long ago as we look at our lineup for the first semi-final of the women's side of the draw. Keita Inui in the red, Marine Kodro in the white, Sakura Inoue in the yellow, and Cami De Brana in the blue. Going to be a stacked heat. Every heat is stacked today. Competitors waiting for the contest to begin, to get underway for finals day. Bit of nerves out there in the water, you think, Emily?
Yeah, for sure. Everybody want to perform today, and yeah, in these amazing conditions, it's yeah, it's just gonna be a show. And interested to see which sport Camille is on. She was surfing here last night, and she said that she took one of Ben's boards out because she wanted to ride a little bit smaller board than she's used to, because this wave is a bit more vertical than the wave we rode on the other side and wave she's used to. So she was like, if I'm going to have a chance in this heat, I need to ride a smaller board. So looks like she's on one of Ben's starboards out there.
Yeah, right. Okay, so opting for a smaller board to fit into those more tighter sections, those more critical, steeper waves. Interesting. So we might see some of the other competitors opt to change up their equipment as well, because we have moved around the corner from the first few days of competition around there at Las Canteras. And then we are at El Lloret for competition today.
As we hear the horn and the heat is on.
So half an hour on the clock for these women. Had a nice set just roll through about in a minute before the start of this. So we've seen waves come through all morning. A few more bumps out there, so lots of consistency. We see the Japanese competitors opting to take the inside. Your red and yellow subsurfers. So we may have the first wave of finals day being ridden very shortly.
It looks like we have a great set on our hands here with Katie up and riding.
Yeah, Katie taking the high line on this one, get some speed along down the line. She finds a bit of open face to do a nice carve off the top there. Again, another great turn. So she's backed up with a couple of good turns already on this wave. She's going to finish it off on the inside there with another turn off the top. And decides to just throw it away there. She closes out on the rocks. Very good first wave there to kick things off.
Yeah, amazing start. As we look out on the horizon, looks like there's a big set coming now. Looks like Camille is going to have a look at this one.
Yeah, blue up and riding on her backhand. Can she get around this section? She does not, so opts to kick out. Looks like there's a wave behind as well. We'll see one of our competitors stroking into that one. It is our young 14-year-old Sakura Inui. She just opts to kick out there. Maybe subsurface sitting a little bit deeper on the reef. Emily, you think?
Yeah. It's just, you see some of the waves have a little bit more size than yesterday. So yeah, that swell is definitely here. And yeah, I think it's just, it's the first heat of the day. It's about to find where you want to sit in the lineup. And also it changes so much with the tide here.
Oh, it certainly does. It looks like we see the surfer up and riding. This is Sakura. Oh, a great looking wave. She's going to get a nice turn off the top. Can't hang on to that one though. So Sakura taking off on one of the bigger waves earlier. Trying to back up that small score. Just a 0.93 at the moment. Camry De Bruyne as well, a small score. Waiting for that really nice wave of red, Katie, to drop. And Marine at the back, unfortunately wasn't in position for those big waves. Had to jump under quite a few of them. So she'll sit out there with first priority. She'll get pick of that next set that does come through. Can't wait to see her get started in this heat. She brings a lot of power to her surfing. I think it's going to really match the power of these waves and the speed as well. So can't wait for her to get some great turns in.
Yeah, just look at the beautiful morning we're having here with the skies turning pink. We're sitting here on a bus on the beach, so we can actually see the live action as well. So we can keep an eye out when there's a set in the horizon.
Yeah, not a bad place to be for your Monday morning. Hopefully you can feel like you're being transported here yourself, looking at these beautiful scenes. Sun just rising here in Gran Canaria.
Yes, we're up to have an early start today, so we can try to finish before that high tide. This spot doesn't like high tide too much, so we're trying to see if we can finish before the tide fills in too much. Right now it's quite low. We are seeing a lot of exposed rocks out there.
Yeah, definitely is quite a low tide at the moment. Probably sitting right on low. With high tide being around that 1:30 this afternoon. Beautiful sunrise. You can see the sun poking its head up. It's going to be another great day here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. It's going to be an even better day for the champions that will be crowned later on.
Yes, it's gonna be, yeah, an amazing day. We're gonna have here amazing morning, crowning these champions as we just see the ocean going a little bit flat out there. And Bo, personally, what was your highlight from yesterday?
Oh, highlight from yesterday. Oh. So it was a pretty slow morning. A lot of the subsurfers were waiting for the swell to fill in. And then as soon as they took to the water, excellent scores were being dropped. So, Wellington Rice was definitely a highlight. Standout with a 9.17 yesterday. Taka Inui had a 9-point ride as well. So Benoit, I could just keep going. The list is very, very long of highlights yesterday. I think the waves were the standout.
That's for sure. And so many standout performances. And I can't wait to see what today's going to bring. And as we see Katie up and riding, she's taking the highlight here, getting some speed. She draws down that bottom turn, up the top. Unfortunately, she goes down there.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that first wave score of Katie to drop. As we see, just having a little look at that one, maybe a little bit too deep on the reef.
It looks like Camille is up and riding here. Coming back. Just finding that line. See if she can find a wall to play with here on the inside. Nice few turns here from Camille. Just looks like how she's switching the paddle. Why is that, Bo?
She does it a bit for control, a bit of balance as well. So each way she leans on the board, she wants the paddle on that side so she can lean on the paddle as well for a bit of balance. But also, because you can lean on it, you can push your back foot out and you can do some more powerful turns as well. And I do think that Camille is riding Benoit's board. It looked quite a small board that Camille was on, definitely different to what she's been riding the last few days around the corner. As we see some small scores continuing to drop. Nothing yet for Katie Inoue's first wave. Judges wanted to set the scale correctly this morning. These small scores aren't really going to factor in toward the end of the heat. We'll see all surfers getting lots of opportunity with the consistency of waves we have on offer this morning.
Yes, definitely plenty of wave opportunities out there. As we're just seeing the surfers arrive to the lineup, we're having now Sakura sitting with that first priority. And yeah, we decided to run these 4-man semifinals instead of 2-man heats, so we can try to finish before that high tide. And so yeah, we will definitely see some of this priority come into play today, as I think we're seeing Sakura up and riding here.
Yeah, Sakura waiting for this wave to stand up. She goes up into the lip. A little bit late to that one. So she goes down. Staying busy though. Catching quite a few waves. Still got about 23 minutes left in this heat. So only 7 minutes gone. Still lots of waves being caught, which is fantastic to see. But yeah, you are right. Even last year when we had some really big swell for this event, Emily, we did have to go and hold over the high tide. It wasn't really breaking, even with some really big swell. So we're going to try and wrap up competition before the high tide. So hoping to wrap things up by around 11:30 local time.
Yes, when we are going to crown the world champions. Oh, I can't wait.
Fantastic day of action coming up. You can see a few early risers up there, the prone surfers up on the top peak. They've made way for our SUP surfing competitors. So great to see the local surfers and the local community supporting the event. Just so glassy, the conditions out there this morning. Early start, so not many of these competitors had a chance to catch a few waves before the event. Don't know if any of them actually were able to get any waves before.
That was pretty much dark right before, wasn't it?
Certainly was. Still waiting for that big score of Katie to drop. That's definitely going to improve her situation. She'll be the current heat leader in this. And also Cami De Brana, we're still waiting for some wave scores for her.
Yes. And it looks like we're having a scoring from Camille. It's a 3.67. So.
And Katie dropped her first wave, 5.83.
A great start to Katie and Camille.
Yeah, really good start, really solidifying their positions in this heat. Cami just a small backup score at the moment, but should be looking to improve on that, as does Katie. So I think most competitors using this as a little bit of a warm-up at the start of the heat. And then once those next sets come through, they'll be all warmed up, ready to perform.
Yes. Still plenty of time left in this first semi-final heat.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in, wherever you are watching from, whether it be on the APP World Tour YouTube, on the appworldtour.com, or on the Facebook Live. Send in your comments. Let us know who you're cheering for, where you're watching from. If you have any questions about today's competition, be great to hear from you. Really appreciate your support, watching and tuning in.
Yes, it's always interesting to see who you're cheering on, where you're watching from. So please throw us a comment, or if you have any questions or anything you'd like us to discuss here on the broadcast, we are happy to try to do it.
Yeah, we'll try and dig deep on our expertise, bring you those insights. It's great to hear that you were speaking with the competitors yesterday and also the few days before with some interviews and some surf trips around the island.
Yeah, it's been an amazing few lay days, and we had some time to, hang out with the competitors, get to know them. Went on actually a really nice surf trip with some of the girls, and yeah, just amazing to see that level of surfing. We didn't have great waves that day, but still they managed to do a fantastic job out there.
Yeah, the best in the world SUP surfers, they can pretty much do great surfing in any types of conditions, especially when the waves are this good for a SUP surfing competition. This is pretty much our final day that we could run, so organisers opting to sit and wait for the good swell that has fortunately arrived, and we're going to have some great SUP surfing ahead of us today. It's going to be great to have that bit more consistency in the waves. We saw yesterday a few slow heats, but also some bombs coming through.
Yes, but I feel like every heat yesterday was, some amazing scores going down, even though some of the heats were a bit slow, but we had those 40 minutes, so all the competitors had the chance to get amazing waves.
Yeah, that's right. It was great to see the organisers allowing that 40 minutes on the clock for the quarterfinals of the men yesterday. We had about a few surfers moving through. So a little bit of a lull in the action out there at the moment. Both Japanese surfers opting to stay on their feet, staying ready for anything that pops up. We've been saying yesterday there was quite deep water out from here, so the waves, they don't really show themselves, the sets, especially until they get a little bit closer to the lineup. So it's hard to really know exactly when the sets are coming. Good to always stay on your feet, stay ready. And you had shared some insights about staying up on your feet with Clement yesterday. Kind of a bit of cross training for his big wave SUP surfing. Big wave surfing.
Exactly. Yeah, it was interesting to hear him say about how he uses SUP surfing as well as a really good training ground for big waves and towing in, because you need to, have so strong stability in your legs. And this before, when the rule was that you couldn't sit down on your board. Oh, let's just see Sakura up and riding here.
Nice wave for Sakura. She can be able to finish off this one up into the lip. Oh, unfortunately goes down there. That's where the big score is going to come from. That kind of more critical, steeper section. So she's doing well to get her board up into it. Let's just see Camille De Bruyne up and riding here. Oh, tries the little top turn. Unfortunately, just goes down. Just falls off the back of the wave. So you can see those rocks on the inside. Very shallow conditions out there today. That lower tide.
As we see Katie up and riding. Just getting that speed, carving back. Oh, nice looking wave here. It's and another carve off the top. As she's going in to hit that inside section there. Wow, amazing wave served here from Katie. And another off the top on the rocks.
Had to kick out of that one right at the end there, but a great combination of maneuvers on that ride. So she's going to increase that score line.
Yeah, she's looking strong.
Super strong. That's why she was crowned last year's world champion. Going to try and back up that title this year. Got a pretty tough ask in front of her though. With Camille De Bruyne, her sister, Marine in this heat. And then a stacked second semi-final as well. Past world champions. Baia Moreno. Lucci Cozzoletto. Eleni Edasaka. Oh my goodness. It's going to be an amazing heat. We're also going to have Alba Frey in that one. Racing champion.
Yeah, that's going to be a great heat as well. So make sure you're not going anywhere because every heat today is stacked with amazing competitors.
So Sakura dropping a 2.33. Just needing that small score to get up in front of Camille. But we've got a great wave coming in here. Looks like Marina is going to have a look at this one. Late takeoff there. Does very well to hang on to that one. Just going to get down the bottom of this and just wait for her to get a bit more speed. As she eyes up a section down the line. Going to run through this section here. She manages to find a bit of open face. Unfortunately, just catches the rail. So she'll go down. Great takeoff though.
Yeah, I thought she was way too late on that one looking out the window, but that was a great set wave. As we're seeing here the lineup with Camille and Sakura. Camille sitting with that first priority.
There we maybe see a little bump come into the lineup. Camille's now on her feet. Maybe going to opt to use her priority on this one. See how this wave is going to be shaping up. She's going to stroke in. Great looking wave. Manages to get into this one. Switches the paddle over for a nice carve off the top. She's going to cut back on this one here. Back toward the white water. Set herself up for that inside run there. She carves back around. I'm going to finish off right on those shallow rocks. You can see the boils in the water. Benoit, fingers crossed that his board isn't going to hit the rocks.
Do you think he's there holding his breath? I think that's the board Ben is going to ride later in a few heats. So he's probably, yeah, holding his breath that it didn't go into the rocks there.
So Camille, a couple of nice turns on that one. Nothing too critical. But she will definitely back up that score of her 3.67 for her highest wave. Still waiting for Katie's last wave to drop in. Probably comparing it to that 5.83 the judges are at the moment. As we see a little bit of movement out in the water. Looks like we're going to have a little paddle here from Marina, but she's going to manage to get onto this one. So just a nice off the top to begin with. Unfortunately goes down on that wave. You can see it closed out in front of her, but I think she's just trying to get a bit of work done. About 12 minutes left remaining in this heat.
We're seeing the waves up the top there with the short borders. It looks like Sakura is going to have a look at this one. And she is up and riding. Just finding that speed. Waiting for the section to stand up. And as she hits it, and she rides out of it. Great turn there from Sakura.
Bit of a disappearing act there. So her sister, Katie, up and riding, current heat leader. Nice carve off the top. She's going to race around this section, up into the lip. Just unfortunately burned off a bit too much speed on that bottom turn. So didn't have enough speed coming off the top. But how was Sakura's wave?
That was a great turn, just drawing out that bottom turn and hitting the lip. So yeah, we got a few scores coming in soon.
Yeah, from all competitors.
Still waiting as well for that last wave of Camille.
That's right. Sakura there on that last one. Can't wait to see that score come through. Completely disappeared in the whitewater. Then managed to appear out of nowhere on her feet.
On her feet. Managed to ride out of it.
So she was doing that last year at this event as well. Just opting to do those one big turns on some really big sections. Actually, as we look at the bus, Taka Inui is supporting his sisters out there in this heat, giving them some words of advice from the shoreline.
Yes. He has this spot nailed down, throwing down a 9-point ride yesterday.
Exactly, as Sakura Inui dropped a 3.5, put her briefly up into second, but Cami Dubrana dropped a 3.83 for her last ride, so that puts her up into the lead currently. We're still waiting for that last wave score of Kere though. So I believe that situation is going to change again. And Marina just looking to get something of any substance in this heat. Looks like there's a bit of a paddle, a bit of movement out in the water now. Kere gonna go on this one. Loves that high line at the start of the wave to get speed as she goes up into the lip. Tries to throw that board on rail, but unfortunately goes down. Sakura there watching her sister.
That would have been a great turn. So yeah, we have Camille in front of this heat now. Still waiting for that last score of Katie. That might change things up again, but it is number 1 and 2 moving into the finals. And we're not going to have any consolation finals today because we're running a four-man heat final.
Yeah, that's right. So whoever places third in the semi-finals will have an equal fifth for the year. And then whoever places fourth will be equal seventh on the standings. As we see maybe a little bit of action out in the water. Marina's going to opt to let that one go. Coming as well. But down on the inside. Looks like Sakura has found herself on the edge of this one.
Oh, she's up and riding. Having a nice wall in front of her with a nice snap off the top here. She's carving back. Waiting for that wave to stand up on the inside. And another carve back to the white water. She goes out before the rocks. But yeah, we have seen some of those inside waves really standing up there. If you sit a bit further down the reef, we saw Benoit yesterday. He was just chilling down the inside and getting some 8-point rides.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He left his competitors up by that kind of rock on the left side of screen where those free surfers are. Super impressed by Sakura's wave choice there. She didn't have any priority and managed to find a one down on the end. I think that's going to really improve her situation. Got some great work done. Like you said, competitors opting to sit a bit wider on the peak. Especially those sets are going to break a lot wider as well. There's a few different places you can sit at Eliorette out here today. Competitors opting to sit kind of straight out in front of the bus that we are bringing you the live action from. This looks like a little bump in the water. A lot of movement around. A few lines out the back too. Going to have some action. That's Cami De Bruyne having a look at this one. Going to opt to go on this one. Looks like a great wave standing up for her. Going to manage to try and get around this section. Unfortunately, cannot do it. So she goes down. Kere Inoue dropped a score for her last ride of 6.33. Puts her well up into first position. 12.16 heat total. So a fantastic score from her to drop. And also sitting out there with second priority. Going to have a look at this one. Marine can take the wave from her if she does choose. Does look like Marine's going to have a look at this one.
And you see Marine up and riding. with a nice looking wave here as he draws out that bottom turn, hits it up the top. Unfortunately, she gets stuck there and goes down.
That's the kind of surfing I was hoping to see from Marin, as we see Sakura up and riding. Great carve back to the whitewater there. Managing to find a bit more open face for another slicing turn off the top. She's going to bring this one all the way through to finish off with another carve. So 3 turns on this wave from Sakura. She's really found her groove toward the end of this heat. So getting some great waves. So she's going to be looking to improve her situation. Looking for only a 3.97. Still waiting for 2 waves to drop now for Sakura. Cammy de Bruyne now in the hot seat.
Yes, there will be a few good scores dropping from Sakura here. Having found her groove a little bit more there to the inside, but really managing to find some good waves. As we're seeing Katie sitting out the back with first priority, our heat leader with a heat score of 12.16.
Yeah, going to be great to see the scores drop for Sakura. I believe that it will definitely improve her situation, and we're going to have probably a situation change on the leaderboard coming into just under 5 minutes remaining now in this heat. That clock on screen a little bit fast that you're looking at, about a minute fast. Got people tuning in from Reunion Island. Great to see everyone tuning in from around the world. Supporting the sport of sup surfing. The best women sup surfers in the world currently out in this heat, and coming up next as well. The next heat is paddling out currently. What a heat we're going to have on our hands there. Baia Moreno, Luci Cozzoletto, Aline Adesaka, and Alba Frey. That could easily be a final.
Yeah, that's going to be another great heat. Really excited for that one. That is that's the girls I went surfing with the other day on the lay day. They were all absolutely ripping.
I bet they were. Bet Luci and Aline was just killing it out there. So Sakura has changed the situation. Dropped a 4.5 for her second to last wave. She's already got another wave to drop for her as well. So Cammy de Bruyne relegated into 3rd position. So it looks like our Japanese competitors getting the jump on the French competitors in this heat.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Marine getting started yet.
She had that great turn under the lip before. I thought she was going to ride out of that. We've seen her put on great performance at the other break of La Cissere earlier on, but we've got a paddle here out in the water.
Katie up and riding as she draws that bottom turn for a carve. Up, hits that white water, gets some speed to get around that section with another nice snap up the lip. Carving back, getting it all the way here to the inside.
That wave, I'm going to say, was the best of this heat so far. She read that perfectly, managed to get the board up in the lip. Was turning in exactly the right places on the wave, throwing some great spray. Katie Inoue going from strength to strength here, as is her sister, improving her scoreline too. So a tall order for Cammy de Bruyne and Marin in the last stages of this heat. Possibly could be a couple of lines right at the back. We'll see if we do get another set with about 2 minutes left on the clock.
As we're seeing Sakura waving to the judges, you want to hear what her last score is.
Yeah, judges still deliberating. Definitely going to, I feel like, improve that situation. She had a combination of maneuvers.
Yeah, it was a great wave. So we're seeing Camille. She is sitting with that first priority. There's just under 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, hopefully we get some motion out there. Looks like there's something forming at the back as we take a look out. However, Sakura is going to have a look at this, a smaller one on the inside. Going to stay busy. We've See her up and riding. Beautiful glassy conditions. First top turn there. She's going to go up into the lip again. So does very well to hang on to that next to the rock. Kicks that one away. She'll be coming in. She dropped a 4.33 for her ride previous to that one. So it looks like Cami de Bruyne having a look there. She's going to lose priority now. It's going to switch to Martin, and also Katie is going to get the jump, I think, with the priority situation.
I think Camille's going to have a look at this one on the inside, though, as she is up and riding. Just a little up the top here, carving back to the white water, waiting for it to stand up on the inside.
Oh, she really needed to hold that. She was looking for something around the 5-point range to jump up into advancing position. Unfortunately, that one's not going to be able to do it. So, we've only got about 30 seconds left in this heat. And it does look as though Keide and Sakura, the Inui sisters, are going to be moving through to the final.
Another final with the Inui sisters. They already had a final together in the juniors and in the women longboarding.
So this heat has now finished. The official results will be Keide Inui, Sakura Inui moving through to the women's finals coming up later today. We'll unfortunately say goodbye to Cami de Bruyne and Martin Codreau. Great performances from those women though. And we're going to go to a short commercial break before coming back with semi-final number 2 of the women's action.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Welcome back to finals day of action here for the Gran Canaria Pro-Am, part of the APP World Tour SUP surfing schedule. We see semi-final heat number 2 in the water of the women's. Ebaya Moreno in the red, Luci Cosoletto in the white, Alini Adesaka in the yellow, and Alba Frey in the blue. My name is Bo Nixon, joined by Emily Utrup to call all the action. Oh, this heat is stacked.
This is going to be an amazing semi-final. We just saw the Inui sisters taking that first semi-finals, moving into the final, and 2 of these women in this heat are going to join them in the final.
Just 2 of them?
But I don't know who it's going to be.
It's going to be exciting to watch. Ebaya Moreno, your 2018 world champion on the APP World Tour for SUP surfing. Luci Cozzoletto, couple of ISA gold medals to her name as a world champion. Aline Adesaka, 7-time Brazilian national champion. 4 times in the SUP surfing, 3 times in the racing, so proving that she is an all-round water woman. And Alba Frey, quite a new name to SUP surfing. Been a long-time racing competitor for SUP racing. As it looks like a little bit of motion out there. Small waves to start off this heat. We'll see if we do get a start. Does look like Lucci's going to have a look at this one.
Nice carve there, hitting up the top. And Lucci, we saw her getting an 8.5 the other day. She was looking very strong over at Lassiter.
Yeah, no stranger to big scores. Luci Cozzoletto, the power she brings to SUP surfing, also the speed control that she has. She manages to fit in multiple maneuvers in what you'd think is just a one-turn section. As we see some lines coming in for these competitors. Going to have to paddle out toward the wave on this one. Some bigger sets rolling through.
Looks like Eline's having a look at that wave on the back. She's trying to position herself.
Yeah, what a set we have rolling here at Eliorette. Aline going to opt to go over that one. There is another one behind it though, so we'll see if she does manage to get herself over to the wider section. Yeah. Does look like she's still a little bit deep though, so she's still paddling toward it. Going to have to go up and over this one. So unfortunately, competitors a little bit out of position for the first set. As we see.
What an amazing wave. We're sitting here on the beach and we can follow the live action in the water as well. I think this is the biggest set we've seen this morning.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think that's why it caught all of these women off guard. Has been a few small waves breaking a bit further up the reef. So they all found themselves a little bit deep. You can see that boil just out there from Aline, the clean water. As we see, looks like Aline in a fantastic position for this one. She's going to stroke in, taking off. So Aline Adesaka on a great size wave here. Gets to the bottom. Going to bring it all the way up into the... Oh, unfortunately just ducks under that one there. Maybe a bit too late to get to the lip. So does well to protect the equipment and herself. As we see Ibaya and Alba there. Lucci on the inside, getting caught by those sets. What a way to kick off this semi-final number 2.
Yes. What a set that just rolled through. I hope we get more of those. Maybe it's that tide starting to push in and bringing some bigger sets.
That's right. Look forward to some more waves, some more action coming through. So the beautiful blue sky looking up to the national park here in the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Lots of people out for a Monday morning doing their morning exercise. Not a bad place to be living.
No, it's such a great beach promenade here. Every morning we come down, there's heaps of runners, there's little gyms along the beach and people just working out outside.
Yeah, it puts me to shame, really. Seeing everyone getting up early, getting their morning exercise in. Super fit. We had to do a bit of a rundown here this morning before the event got underway. Super early start, 7:30, pretty much just at first light. As we see Ibaya Moreno having a paddle on this one.
Ibaya up and riding here. As you do a little turn here to get back, a nice carve there to bring it back to the wide water, waiting for that wall to stand up, getting some speed here. And another carve, switching that paddle. Another turn off the top. Great start for Ibaya.
Certainly is, as we can see some live action here. Alba Frey up and riding. She's getting a bit of work done on the outside as well, so a few turns for Alba. I'll tell you what I really like though about Ibaya's wave is the confidence she brings to this semi-final heat. I remember last year she was also in the semi-finals. She took home 3rd place, but she didn't look as confident as she does this time. She looks like she's surfing very, very well, putting the turns on the wave in the right places.
Definitely looks like she's hungry for this win.
Yeah, making it to the final is going to be the key this morning. Top two subsurfers advancing. Luci Cosletto having a look at this one here. Just a smaller wave, but she's going to kick off with a score. So we see Luci. Great turn off the top there. Brings it all the way back around toward the white water. Another turn, and then again fits in a third turn. That's what I mean. She can fit in lots of turns in a short space of time.
She rides out right on top of those rocks.
Yeah, she's going to have a bit of a tricky exit to get out through that white water there, in between all those rocks. Really got to be careful of your leash, getting caught around rocks too. So these subsurfers, very experienced in surfing over rock breaks and reef breaks. Probably wearing a pretty short leash. Aline Adesaka here, having a look at this one at the back. She paddles in. Another great size wave for Aline. Just waiting for this one to stand up. She's going to try and get up into the lip. Just races along this section here. She gets up at big turn. Unfortunately, just looks like maybe that front foot slipped a little bit. She couldn't hold that board and bring it around. Abaya there, having a little quick look at that one. So, Alba and Abaya sitting at the back currently with those priorities. Waiting for those scores from Luci. It's going to be a nice wave to drop for her.
Certainly will be. She is looking incredible strong. She just surfs with so much flow.
Yeah, she links together maneuvers and just carries lots of speed. It's one thing that I've really noticed from her surfing is she can carry speed through different sections and out through turns, which is always a fantastic thing to have as a competitive surfer, because that is all part of the judging criteria.
Yes, and we know Luci also coming from a shortboard background. I was surfing on the surf trip with them the other day, and she told me that she's been competing a lot both in shortboarding and stand-up paddling, but this year she has really shifted her focus and wanted to focus on stand-up paddle surfing.
Yeah, I was speaking to her at the ISA, and she was saying that she brings a lot of her shortboard surfing into her sup surfing, and it's a really great kind of training tool because the way she can turn a shortboard, a prone shortboard, she really wants to emulate that in her sup surfing. So tighter turns, she's gone smaller with her boards as well. So she's really trying to push the limits of sup surfing for the women. Obviously winning that ISA world title earlier this year. As we see Abaya Moreno with 4.33 for her first ride. Still waiting on that last score for Luci to drop though, but a great score for Abaya to be sitting with. Alba dropped that 2.60 for her first ride. It always feels good to get a good score underneath your belt in those first waves of a heat.
Yeah, it's always psychologically, it plays a role, doesn't it?
It really does. Aline, I know she probably would have wanted to start a lot stronger in this heat, but she's going to have to think now that she really has to make the next waves count, which adds a bit more pressure, a bit more nerves, maybe coming into her mind. But Aline, being the competitor she is, I've seen her turn heats right in the last moments.
She will definitely be capable of that. She gets another set wave like that.
Yeah, exactly. Just needs to be in that right position there. See situation out in the water. Luci Cosletto moves up into first place after her last wave score. So we see Alba Frey currently with priority. Going to let Abaya Moreno go for this one with second priority. Looks like a nice wave for Abaya, looking to back up her first wave score. Great turn off the top there from Abaya. This is, again, surfing with that confidence up into the lip. Unfortunately, you can see the power in that wave just pushing her board away from her feet. Would have been great to see Abaya right out of that one.
It was a great first turn.
Yeah,
sliding the fins a little bit.
Yeah, and that board that she's on, the Smick Hipster Twin, it's exactly what the board kind of does when you surf. Really fast and loose, really alive under your feet with that twin fin design. And then Abaya managing to get up into the lip again after that first turn, but not managing to hold it. Looks like a few bumps out the back, Emily.
Looks like we're having a set approaching. So we've seen Aline moving a little bit further up the reef. She is currently sitting with second priority as we're seeing Alba up and riding.
Alba trying to get around this section here. She does well to hold that, so some great turns there from Alba. Nothing too critical as there's a rock in the way as she has to jump out. As we see Lucci Cosletto throwing the board up into the lip. Great turn from Lucci. Set at the back. Isn't Alina going to get onto this one? She does manage to get on it, but she's a bit deep on the reef.
She's going to get around the section. She is trying to stick with it, but maybe she'll get a turn here on the inside. She is gliding down the line. With nice off the top here, right on the rocks.
Oh.
She managed to ride out of it.
That is very shallow on the inside there. Alba also finding herself down in that zone. So, going to check the fins after that ride. Unfortunately, Alina not finding any scoring potential in the outside sections. Just getting that couple of smaller turns on the inside. As we see a breakdown of the scores on screen. So, Lucci Cosletto with that 5.17. Currently the highest wave score of the heat so far. But we will have some more scores to drop from all of our riders after that last exchange. And it looks like the Ocean isn't going quite anytime soon. A few more lines approaching the lineup. Seems like Abaya Moreno's going to have a look at this one. She just opts not to go, but Lucci Cosletto on the inside.
Looks like Lucci is going here on the inside. Just a quick in and out, having a look at that one. Leaving Abaya out there alone with priority.
Yeah, Abaya dropped to 3.17 for her last ride, so wanting to improve on that score. She takes off on this smaller wave on the inside.
Nice first
Great
turn.
turn.
She's just see if she can connect here on the inside. Getting around that rock. And another nice turn. All the way to the inside.
She's absolutely on fire in this heat. She is surfing, as I said before, with so much confidence.
I really like that first turn.
Yeah, Abaya Moreno onto some great waves. And it's going to be great to see her drop some scores, but we're still waiting on scores for all surfers at the moment.
Just trying to see if we can get a replay of the last wave of Abaya.
This is Alina's last wave. She had to do a lot of waiting to get around this section. So unfortunately not going to be a good score to put her up into any kind of situation. A little bit of a floater there, but she manages to finish it on the inside. You can just see how shallow it gets with the rocks there. So putting it all on the line to be able to drop a score. As we see a little bit of movement out in the water here, so we'll see if, as we see our replay of Abaya's last wave. That first turn, throwing lots of spray out the back of that one. Manages to come around for a little carve off the top. She's going to race through there in front of the rocks. Does another great slashing turn off the top. Really, really stoked with Abaya's surfing at the moment.
Yeah, she's looking very strong today, Abaya.
Certainly is. So is Lucci Cosletto, dropping a 6-point ride for her second to last previous one. So that matched up with a 5.17. Is a very healthy looking heat total for her. Still waiting though for Abaya's last wave and Alini's last wave as well. As we see more sets approaching the lineup for this semi-final number 2. Top 2 will advance to the final to meet the Inui sisters, Keire and Sakura. And then we're going to be rolling into men's semi-final action after this.
Also stacked heats.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to be out there. Look at this set rolling through. First priority sitting with Lucci at the moment. She's going to use it.
Looks like she's going for it. And she is up and riding. That bottom turn off the top. Getting speed around that section. With another carve back to the white water, waiting for the wave to stand up here. What a nice turn. Drawing it all the way to the inside here with another turn off the top and another one. Really linking together all those turns. I think she got 4 turns on that inside section.
And that's what I mean. She manages to be able to do turns in places you don't think turns are available to do. As we see Abaya Moreno up on a great looking ride as well. Off the top, going to get hung up a little bit. Can she get around this section? She doesn't, so opts to kick out of that one.
And we're having a score drop for Ibaya's last wave. It's a 5.17 for those 2 great turns.
Yeah, good score for her to drop. As we see Aline on the outside. Taking off on a nice looking wave here. She's going to get some work done on the outside section. As she does, a huge carve off the top. Going to get around this section to try and find some more scoring potential. As she does, another great hack there right in front of Abaya. She moves on through. So we do have a great heat on our hands. Aline still going down to the inside. Finishes it off there. She's really finding her feet toward the later stages of this heat. Building on her scoreline. She dropped a 3.83 for her wave previous. Still waiting for scores to drop for the Abaya's last ride for that one big turn off the top. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
Ibaya sitting on a 4.33 and a 5.17. But Lucci in the front with a 5.17 and a 6-point ride. But we're still waiting for scores for her, like 7-turn combination.
Exactly. She got 4 turns done on that end section over the rocks.
So
And she surfs with so much power.
that could be a great score dropping for her as well. So let's see.
Yeah, let's see indeed, as Ocean just goes a little bit sleepy, so judge is going to lock in all of those scores. We'll have the correct situation out there for you. It's going to be interesting to see if Aline can put herself up into second position. Definitely one of the favourites to move forward in this event. Wellington Rice on the outside of us, just giving us a shaka through the bus window. He'll be coming up in semi-final of the men's.
Yeah, what a great vibe down here at the beach. All the competitors seem super happy. Finally the wave they've been waiting for.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. Definitely the waves they've been waiting for. Wellington was one to really push the event to move over here at Eluret. And we've been very fortunate enough to have some good swell line up for the weekend and into Monday. So we got competition underway yesterday afternoon with the men's quarterfinals. We've had to change the format to fit everything in, as we see a paddle out the back here. Alba, unfortunately, not going to be able to get onto that one, so we might see priority changes. We see Aline on the inside, taking off down the end there. Great first turn off the top. Managed to switch that paddle for a cutback all the way around. Doing very well to continue along this ride as she floats over that section and finishes off again. So Aline, as we said, building that house, building those scores throughout this heat. She managed to find a wave down where Sakura did in the last heat to get herself into the finals. By Moreno now. Maybe some nerves creeping in.
Yeah, so you gotta watch out for Aline now. She is coming from the back here. We're waiting for still 2 scores, I believe.
Yeah, still some scores on the board to drop. And I think those last 2 scores of Aline are going to be pretty good. So it might even go to her top 2 waves. We'll see if they're going to better Abaya's wave score. As it looks like we have another small wave approaching the lineup. I wouldn't say small. It's actually a bit of a set.
Yes, and we're having Alba sitting with first priority. Looks like she is gonna let Ibaya go. Ibaya up and riding. And a nice looking wall in front of her. A huge off the top there.
That's
she-
the kind of surfing you need to do.
And she managed to stick with it with another turn off the top here on the inside. That was a big turn from Ibaya.
That's the best turn I think we've seen from the women's event so far. Abaya Moreno throwing it all on the line for that one.
Seeing Alba up and riding.
Alba Frey coming off the bottom here. Getting up into that lip, unfortunately just going down. So I think Alba definitely helping out Abaya in that last exchange.
we have some exciting scores. Some exciting scores about to drop. Just seeing if we can get a replay of Ibaya's last wave, because I want to see that turn again.
I want to see it again as well. Here it is. Everyone take notes. Coming off the bottom, right up into the lip, throws that board almost vertical. So Ibaya is going to drop a huge score for that one turn. Backs up with another turn on the inside.
The way she draws out that bottom turn. Wow.
Just he timed it so well to get up into the lip. So even with Aline's scores to drop, I feel like Ibaya is going to increase her scoreline again. As we see a wide set approaching the lineup here. Aline trying to get across to it. Looks like she's going to have to get a lot of speed to be able to make that section. She opts not to go. So look at these waves rolling through. What a day we have on hand for finals day of the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro-Am. Thank you very much for tuning in. We're in the beautiful city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands, off the coast of Africa, but Spanish, under Spanish control, which is great to see Lucci here on screen, hailing from Argentina.
Yeah, currently heat leader. It looks like she improved her situation a little bit. Let's just see if we can get the score breakdown. Down, please. And here we have the score breakdown. Lucci dropping a 7.17.
That was for that multiple turn combination.
It was those 4 turns on the inside.
Judges going to take their time for Ibaya's last one though.
Ibaya and Eline's last 2 waves, which can mix. Everything can happen right now.
Oh, definitely anything can happen right now. Aline had some solid surfing on her last couple of rides, which I thought might change the situation, but Ibaya's last wave just threw a bit of a spanner in the works. There we go. So Aline did manage to change the situation with a 6.13, dropping for her. Still waiting for another wave to drop for Aline as well. Leco Salazar on screen, paddling out for the semi-final of the men, but staying with action, the women's heat in the water. So waiting for that last score of Aline, probably going to increase her situation as well.
As we're seeing a huge set coming in. Looks like Aline is going to have a look. No, sorry, Lucci is going to have a look at this one.
Yeah, see what Lucci can get done. Huge, powerful turn. She's going to back it up and go up into the lip. Floats over that section. Unfortunately, goes down. Really need to project out in front of that breaking lip. As we see Aline up and riding. Getting some speed along this section. Can she find a bit of open face to work with? Looks like she's going to get knocked off there in that section. Ibaya Moreno on screen now.
Ibaya right behind her. She is up and riding on a nice looking wave here. Carving it back to the white water. Waiting for it to stand up. With another big turn off the top there. Ibaya is looking very strong. Still waiting for that last score of hers.
Yeah, still a few more scores to drop. 10th times coming down to 4 minutes remaining in this heat. Semi-final number 2 of the women. I'm kind of on the edge of my seat waiting for these scores to drop. It's going to be very, very close between that 2nd and 3rd position at the moment.
See the men's heat getting ready.
Oh my goodness. Leco Salazar, Taka Nui, Benoit Carpentier. And I believe we may have
Moritz.
Moritz, that one, in that heat as well.
I see him running down the beach now as well. It's going to be a great show, so make sure you don't go anywhere because the sets keeps rolling in. Look at that.
Yeah, as we see more action in the water. Alba Frey left all alone out the back to take off on this set. See her paddling in. See if Alba can get back up into the conversation. She gets around that section there. Going to have a bit more open face to work with. Switches a paddle over for a great carve. She seems very comfortable in these bigger, more powerful waves. So Alba getting lots of work done there.
Yeah. Amazing wave from Alba there. She finishes in Leco's face there in the inside.
Aline up and riding here, getting a couple of turns done. As we see Aline finishing off on the inside, had to kick out of that one. She dropped, Luci Cosletto. Meanwhile, on the outside, non-stop action toward the end of this heat. Throwing buckets there, Luci. Great surfing, throws it up and vertical into the lip, so finishes it off in control there.
And right behind her is Ibaya on a nice looking wave as well. See if she gets around this section. Unfortunately not, but I could see out the window she had a great start to that wave, so still waiting for those scores from Ibaya.
Still waiting for a lot of scores to drop. Aline's wave did drop for her scoring ride beforehand, which is a 5.23. Goes up into her top two. So Abaya's looking for that 6.18 for that one big turn. She's also got a couple more scores to drop. Luci Cosletto, also another couple of scores to drop for her.
So we're just 2 minutes left on the clock. As you might have noticed, our clock here on the screen is running a little bit faster. So at about 1 minute to that.
1 minute and a half. 1.5.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if there are any more waves that come through for the competitors. Once they do get out the back, it looks like we've got a bit of a paddle battle on our hands. Alba and Abaya currently out in front of that paddle battle with Aline behind. I think Luci Cosletto is a little bit further back in the field. Coming down to almost that 1 minute on the clock. Lots of scores to drop in. Judges are going to take their time for this one, so we're going to put the next heat on hold as we wait for all of those scores, and we'll bring you those official results as the scores drop in. But it's going to be fighting for that number 2 position to advance. Luci Cosletto putting a real solid performance to take the win in this heat.
Really great performance from Luci. Still,
See ya.
and it looks like we are having a score dropping from Ibaya Moreno. It's a 7.10. So that's put her up in that second position. But we're still also waiting for scores from Aline, so still everything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen.
As we see Ibaya up and riding again.
Great first turn from her. Snapping in the pocket, throws it up into the lip. Manages to ride out cleanly there with control. She's happy with that performance. So may even increase her scoreline again.
Looking to improve a 5.17 to improve her situation.
And that's going to be the end of semi-final number 2. So we are going to go on hold for the men's action as we drop all of those scores in for the last rides. We'll bring you those official results as we come back.
After a little commercial break.
Welcome back to finals day action here for the Gran Canaria Pro-Am, part of the APP World Tour surfing schedule. We'll be crowning world champions today as we take a look at the lineup for men's semi-final number 1. In red, Benoit Carpentier. In the white, Leko Salazar. In yellow, Taka Inoue. In the blue, Moritz Marsh. So another stacked heat. Semi-finals on our hands.
And it looks like we're just getting the heat started now. Maybe with Ben on the wave there? No.
I think the heat hasn't started yet.
No. We're going to bring you the result from the previous heat. And we had the final scores in. And it looked like it is Lucci and Ibaya going into the big final.
Yeah, fantastic surfing from them as we see a replay for Aline Adesaka's wave. She put on a great performance toward the end of this heat. Really found her groove as the heat progressed on. But unfortunately, it will be Ibaya and Lucci moving through, because Lucci put on performances such as this one.
Yeah, here, your heat winner, Lucci.
Yeah. Goes off the top there, so a huge score dropping for Lucci. Fortunately, we'll say goodbye to Aline and Alba Frey, and Ibaya Moreno put on some great surfing to put herself through to the final.
Great to see Ibaya out in that heat. She looked so strong.
Yeah, these first turns that she was doing, throwing lots of spray. She was happy with her performance there. So well done to Ibaya and Lucci. They'll be coming up later in the final for the women's side of SUP surfing. We've got action in the water, starting off with the men. Benoit Carpentier up and riding in the red.
Seeing Ben up and riding here off the top on a smaller wave, but getting his campaign started.
Yeah, I really think he's going to stay busy in this heat, Benoit, catching lots of waves. He's got a pretty tough competition in this heat. Leko Salazar, your 2012 world champion. Benoit Carpentier, your 2022 world champion for the men, looking to back it up. So he wanted to get through to the final today. As we see Moritz Marsh in the blue, having a look at this small one on the inside. And Moritz bouncing along here to get in front of this one as he finds a steeper section, but opts to kick out there. As we're going to throw it down to Tatiana on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Congratulations, Lucci. We are here in front of the trophies. You're one step closer, so close you can almost touch it. Now tell me, how have you been training to get to this point, to get into the finals of the APP?
Well, this year I was training a lot. I love this wave, so I was dreaming to come one more time here, and I was training hard for right waves. You know, this is a hard wave, so I was training in Peru a lot, that it's a hard wave too. Yeah, I'm so happy to be in the final one more time, and now keep enjoying these waves.
Well, congratulations. We're so happy to have you in the final, and one more step and you're there, Lucci.
Thank you, and thank you to my family that is watching now. I think that in Argentina it's like 4 a.m. So yeah, I'm very happy. I'm going to keep having fun in this wave, and let's do this.
Thank you guys. Talk to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. As we just been seeing some live action here from the bus, we could look out the window and we saw Ben Carpentier on a nice one.
Yeah, Benoit during that interview caught a nice ride, a smaller wave, but managed to do some great surfing on it. So we'll wait for that score to drop as other competitors, Leko Salazar and Taka Inoue, opting to sit and wait patiently for those sets. We've seen a lot of set waves coming through today, so probably opting for that strategy to sit and wait for the good ones. Looks like there's a little bump. We're going to see that replay during that interview. Benoit, see him go up and vertical into the lip. He's going to cut back on this section here, all the way around to the white water. Great powerful surfing. He's going to do another turn in the pocket. Manages to continue on to finish off on the inside with another vertical hit. So Benoit, happy with that wave. As we see live action in the water, Leko Salazar up and riding.
Nice looking wave here for Leko. It's hitting that Nice snap off the top here. See if he can manage to stick with it on the inside. Unfortunately, he goes down, but that was a great backside hack.
Yeah, Leko Salazar loves his backhand. Really great surfer out of Brazil. Obviously been on tour for a long time now. Coming up to about 13 years, I believe, since his first event. And Benoit sitting comfortably in the lead at the moment with some good scores in his scoreline. Only a couple of waves ridden, but definitely making the most of it with a 2.83, but that last ride, a 6-point ride, as one of the biggest waves of the day, I think, is approaching the lineup for this men's semi-final number one. You can see on screen there, all competitors paddling.
Ben trying to go a bit wider, see if he can catch it here. He had great luck there on the inside, but Moritz is, well, Ben is in the spot, but,
yeah, but
Taka is with priority, and he's going to use it as he goes there with a nice carve up the top, coming down. Look at that bottom turn as he carves up the top again. Great surfing from Taka here. Just look how low he gets in that bottom turn. He is happy with that one. Or
He's happy. He's calling about the priority situation at the back because Ben Meyer also took off. Maybe closing the lip down on him. We'll see if there is a priority call out there. Not sure if it really interfered with Tucker's wave. However, priority interference means that you don't even need to really interfere with it. If you even just have a look at it, you could end up getting that priority interference, which means your second highest wave score is 0. So Tucker Nue looking like he's riding his sister's board. Bit of a smaller board out there. Managing to be able to turn tight in the pocket as we see that takeoff there. Tucker Nue, great bottom turn, straight into a great slashing maneuver off the top. Just brings it around, does a nice carve off the top as well. Manages to get some more work done on the inside. Surfing right in the pocket. See him cutting it back around, and this is where he calls to the judges that he had priority. He had right of way on that wave, as Benoit was up and riding as Tucker dropped in. So, going to be an interesting situation to see what the judges are going to call on the priority. Benoit maybe thought Tucker was just too far on the inside, being one of the biggest set waves of the day. That would be very unfortunate for Benoit Carpentier. So, Leko Salazar dropping in a 5.83 for those 2 turns that he done.
So just seeing a free surf on the inside.
Yeah, they've been surfing up the reef a little bit. Obviously, big thanks to the free surfers for giving us their wave for this morning's action. They can have it all afternoon. Maybe we'll join them out there, Emily.
I think we will. For sure. The conditions just looks amazing. Sometimes it's hard to just sit here and watch.
Oh, it is. But when you're watching great action, as we are seeing in the water today, that's not too bad.
No, definitely not with the performance these guys are putting on.
So yeah, still waiting for Tucker's first wave score. Judges probably deliberating about that score, but also the little situation that happened on the takeoff. I think Benoit might have thought Tucker was too far on the inside, but Ben really wanted that wave.
But to get a priority interference, you need to be in the way, or?
I think that if the person with priority is paddling for the wave, all the other surfers really have to let it go. We saw Ben Meyer actually take off on that wave. Maybe Ben Meyer taking off could have crumbled the lip to interfere with Tucker's takeoff. Not that it looked like it hindered him in any way possible, because he managed to ride out of that and then go straight into a huge bottom turn. As we do see live action, Moritz Marsh having a look at this one, his first priority. You see Moritz opting for the high line to get a bit of speed there. He's going to try and get around this section. Unfortunately, not going to happen, as we do see a score drop for Tucker, a 5.33. So even though it was one of the bigger waves, Tucker Just those turns were probably a little bit, I guess, not in the critical section. Bit of a slopier wave face.
Red is in first position. Red is leading the heat.
So
Red to have 2.83.
currently, Benoit.
Benoit in the front. Looked like there was no priority interfering called on that one so far.
3.01. 3.01. Blanco va segundo. Necesita 3.01.
But yeah, as we seen also yesterday, the judges really want to see them hitting that critical section, having some big turns. We saw Lego Salsa just with that one single turn, which he hit big with getting a 5.8 tray.
Yeah, exactly right. Couple of comments coming in. Thanks very much for watching. Christian, tuning in from Cape Town. Christian is the APP Media Director. So thanks very much for tuning in there, Christian. Also lots of comments. People watching in from Germany. Question about the judges scoring. Why can't it come in a bit quicker? Well, that's because they're really deliberating on scores, making sure they get the right scores for the right competitors moving through. As we see Moritz Marsh up and riding on a small wave on the inside, getting around that rock there. Decides to kick out as it gets shallow. So yeah, the judges want to make sure they get the results correct. That's why we'll see them deliberating.
Yeah, so the judges do have access to replays, and they will use that to make sure that because sometimes you see 4 surfers catching waves back to back, and for the judges to pay attention to every single wave, every single details, they need to be able to watch the replays, and that's why, yeah, it can take a little bit of longer sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. It's great to see that they have that technology to be able to access more replays and surfing so they can watch the waves back, not having to reflect on memory back to what they did on a wave. That way they can really get into the intricacies of exactly what the surfers did on the wave, how critical it was, how powerful. The use of the paddle as well definitely comes into it too. And I'm 100% with Philippe on the YouTube comments. The girl surfing was insane.
It was insane. Yeah, thanks for giving that comment, Philippe, because, yeah, let's just give that a little bit more credit because they were surfing so well.
Oh, definitely. Absolutely insane to see Abaya, Lucci Cozzoletto, and the Inui sisters as well in the first round of the semi-final. Great performances from all of those women. They're going to be coming up in the women's final later today. So 4 people in each heat. Bit of a format change just to get things done before the high tide today. It was kind of our last day of being able to run the event. Want to wrap things up before the waves disappear over high tide. Waves definitely aren't disappearing this morning though. Lots of action.
Lots of sets rolling in. Looks like the ocean is going a little bit quiet now, but I am sure there's going to be some sets rolling in soon. Then we have one more semi-final after this heat. Then we're going straight into the women's final and then the men's final. Women's final, Ianoa sisters, Ibaya Moreno, and Lucci. What an exciting final we're in for.
It really is going to be super exciting to watch that final. Do not go anywhere. That's coming up in about 45 minutes time.
We're seeing a little set rolling in here. Maybe Moritz having a look at this one.
Yes,
Just a quick in and out.
It's a pretty small wave on the inside there for Moritz. Staying pretty busy.
Sitting on that 4th priority, so probably just trying to get a few on the inside in between the sets.
Yeah, that's right. As we see Benoit, Lecco, and Tucker making their way to the outside here. Little wave of a set rolling through. Looks like there could be this one and one behind. See Lecco Salazar
using his priority there. A nice snap off the top as he gets around the white water. Unfortunately, he is going down.
Looked like his foot slipped off there a little bit after that first turn. Couldn't quite get it back as Benoit is now up and riding on a great looking wave. As he gets a little bit of speed down the line. Going to go up into the lip there for that first turn. And back it up with another turn. So Benoit looking very confident. Carves it back around to the white water. Got more room to do some maneuvers on the inside as he leans right back on that paddle. He's going to finish off on the rocks. Oh, wonder if there's any nose left on that board.
That was very close to the rocks. But a great wave from Ben, who's already sitting on the high score of the heat with a 6-point ride. So he's looking to, he will definitely improve his 2.83 in that one. So strong start from Benoit.
Very strong start from Benoit. There's a comment in here about the interference. They say no interference. I believe there has not been an interference called. Didn't interfere with Tucker's takeoff at all. And Benoit did give way. So let go.
Let go with a quick look at this one. Decides to kick out. Get back out in the lineup again. Lego, who also looked very strong yesterday. Strong performance. Throwing down some 7-point rides.
Yeah, Leko, one to watch out for in any types of conditions. Managed to hold on to second place for the longboard event earlier on this week. He lost to Tucker, who's also out in this heat. So Tucker, anyway, already SUP longboard surfing champion. He's going to want to take the title for this event, surely.
That's for sure, but Benoit just dropped a 6.57, putting him now in the top of a total heat score of 12.57. So great start for Ben to this heat. Still 14 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, a couple of bumps, looks like, out the back. Tucker Inui in that first priority at the moment. We'll see if he notices there is a wave over the top of this one. So he's going to stand up on his board to have a look and see. But that's a great score from Benoit to drop. He'll be happy with that performance. Looks like Tucker paddling for this wave. Benoit trying to sell him into it. Tucker up and riding. Great bottom turn. Nice first turn up into the lip there. And he's going to go back to back. Oh, unfortunately cannot get that board out from that nosedive. So Tucker goes down on the second section there. He was looking for a really high wave score had he landed that one, especially with that first turn.
That was a great first turn. You could just see Benoit in the back there, keeping a close eye to what Tucker was doing on that wave.
Yeah, I think Benoit applying some pressure to Tucker in this heat. I think Benoit wants to get one back from Tucker in the longboard. We see Moritz having a little paddle here. Nice looking wave for Moritz. Put on a great performance yesterday. As we see him go up into the lip. Can't hold on to that one. As we see some more waves rolling in. Looks like we've got a bit of a paddle on the outside. We'll catch up to Leko Salazar.
Nice snap off the top. Another one. Another big turn here to finish as he kicks out of this one. See if we can see that wave from another angle. Sometimes it's hard to see from the drone angle how critical they're hitting that section.
Yeah, so waiting for that last score of Leko. Definitely going to change the situation. We see Benoit currently in the lead. Tucker Inouye with that last wave score, bumping him up into second, but just briefly. Moritz there had a lot of confidence yesterday in his surfing. I think he's up against some top competitors in this heat. Maybe some nerves creeping in for him. But it does look like we have some more lines approaching, as you can see on screen there. A few bumps just picking up out from Benoit.
And Benoit sitting with first priority. Looks like Tucker might have a look at this one on the inside. And he is up and riding. Nice looking wall in front of him. Draws out that bottom turn, hits it up the top. Getting around that section with another carve around. And then he gets a bit stuck here, but he managed to get around again. And falls, and then we see Ben on a nice looking wave in the back.
Yeah, Benoit manages to use his priority for a great looking wave. Unfortunately, comes unstuck there for Benoit, so uncharacteristic for him. Moritz on the wave behind. Up and riding at the moment. And do a nice slash off the top there, sliding the tail. Bring this one through for a more critical turn. As he races through this inside section, looking for something to stand up on the inside. Manages to get another sliding turn off the top. Moritz there, and a cut back to finish off on the rocks as he jumps out. So lots of scores to drop for our competitors. Leko Salazar dropped a 4.17 for his previous ride. Puts him back up into second position. We are waiting for those scores of Tucker and Moritz to drop.
4.17. 4.17. Última blanco, 4,17.
The last one of Lego is a 4.17, putting him up in that second position. We're still waiting for the last wave of Tucker, but he seemed to get a bit stuck on that end section.
He did, unfortunately. He had a couple of nice turns. At second turn, a bit mistimed. I think that's what put him behind the section, not being able to get up into the lip in time for that last re-entry. Looks like more waves coming in out the back. Leko Salazar with that priority. Let's see if he manages to catch this one. Looks like a nice looking wave. Very nice looking wave indeed.
Yeah, let's see what Leko is going to do on this one. He is up and riding on his backhand, drawing out that bottom turn, carves it around off the top, and hits that lip, that backside hack, but unfortunately he gets stuck there on the top as we see Benoit up and riding.
Yeah, Benoit taking a bit of a high line to get some speed as he drops down, looking for this section to open up. Nice turn up into the lip there. He's going to carve it right back around for his second turn. Putting it back up in the lip for his third turn. Still going on this one, down to the end here. As he does a finishing maneuver before the rocks. Benoit probably going to increase his scoreline again after that ride. Some great surfing from him. But Leko, I thought he was onto a really good wave there. Unfortunately, can't hold on to it. Maybe just putting a bit too much into that turn. Losing his footing. We see some scores start to filter in for the last of our surfers. Tucker, a 4.33 to drop for him. He needs to improve on that just slightly to get ahead of Leko, but Leko's last score yet to drop.
Tucker sitting with that first priority. As we see a set rolling in, I think he's going to have a look at this one.
Looks like a good little wave standing up here for him. Might offer some nice critical sections as we see Tucker on that first turn. Go up into the lip. Going to get around this section. Another great carve off the top. Manages to find some more room on the inside. And that paddle just unfortunately got a bit unstuck there for him. But he manages to hang on to it as he finishes on the inside. So great wave for Tucker there. Probably going to go up into his high scores.
So we're still looking for the last score of Benoit as well. See if that's going to improve his situation.
And Moritz as well in those three-turn combinations on the inside.
Those sliding turns.
As looking like, I'm just having a look to live action in the water. Looks like Tucker is coming in to change his equipment on the beach. He's going to change over his board from his sister's board that he is riding. So you can't see it on screen, but what we can see from outside the bus, Tucker Inui is changing up his board. Going to switch over to the other board he's been riding.
His sister there helping him.
So Leko dropped a 3.23 for his last ride. Doesn't change the situation. Moritz March dropped a 3.93 for his last ride. Still in that fourth position. Still waiting for that last wave score of Benoit to drop. Should be a good score to drop for Ben.
7 minutes. 7 minutes. 7 minutos.
There's 7 minutes left on the clock. That's a lot of time going in on those rocks, changing boards.
Yeah, it is. You really need to be quick. Tucker is very quick as he kind of jumps out with the fins up. He manages to get back in the water now, so he's paddling out. He'll join the other competitors out there in a couple of minutes.
As we see another score dropping for Benoit, it's going to improve his situation slightly. It's a 6.30, so yeah, improves his situation a little bit.
Yeah, better than that first ride of his 6-point ride. So Benoit sitting out there pretty comfortably in the lead at the moment. Of course, Leko Salazar, Taka Inui not far behind him at all. Only need scores in around the 7-point range to get up in front. Taka only looking for a 4-point ride at the moment. A mid score in the 4 range. And maybe Taka did a pretty strategic move there. No waves have really come through whilst he was doing that board change.
Yeah, maybe he's just in sync with the ocean, or it was pure luck. Who knows?
So Taka's last wave drops. 5.6 pushes him up into 2nd place now. Leko Salazar relegated to 3rd position.
Looking for a 5.1 to advance into that 2nd position.
So Leko Salazar not in a position he thought he would be. He's going to want to capitalize on the next set wave that comes through. He's come unstuck on a few turns out there today. Not looking like typical Leko. As we have 5 minutes remaining in semi-final number 1 of the men. We've got one more semi-final heat coming up after this, with what can only be described as the Brazilian Storm versus Sebastian Gomez. Luis Denise, Wellington Rice, Leonardo Jimenez.
As we see Taka, he's already on a wave on his board, new board here, as he carves it around. Finding that, hitting that lip, riding out of it with control.
Wow, actually you can see the difference in boards that he's been riding as we catch up to live action with Leko Salazar. Going to go up on the backhand on this one, and again, another vertical turn. He's going to ride through with lots of flow to do a nice cutback over that rock. Can he find a bit more space to do another turn? He doesn't, but he got some really great maneuvers done. Going to be interesting to see if that goes up into that 5-point range, but Taka had a last wave score as well to come through. That board of Taka's has looked so much smoother and better on the wave than the other board he was on.
That's for sure. Probably he got a bit stuck on those end section and decided I need to ride the other equipment.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a longer board, bit more rail line.
Bit more rocker as well.
Yep, a lot more rocker, so you can get that board up and above the lip as we saw in these last finishing maneuver. But Leko, I think, is going to drop a pretty healthy score for that last wave of his. Managing to link together a few maneuvers, realizing that, okay, it's 5 minutes, under 5 minutes remaining, he needs to get moving. So he takes a small one and manages to just stay on his feet.
So we're seeing the lineup here. Moritz Marsh sitting with that first priority. Benoit with 2nd priority. And Taka and Leko still paddling out in the lineup.
As we wait patiently. 3 minutes left on the clock. Be crowning world champions later on today, so don't go anywhere. Keep glued to your screen. Keep watching the action. Stay with us. You can tune into appworldtour.com to check out the heats coming up.
As we see a score dropping for Taka's last wave, it's not going to change his situation. It's a 5.27. And looks like there's a set approaching.
Oh, not just a set, like multiple waves in this set. So we could see all competitors get a wave here in the final couple of minutes.
Moritz sitting with that first priority. Ben in 2nd. Taka in 3rd. Ben is letting this one go.
Moritz can see a nice set rolling throughout the back. He's going to opt to take off on this one.
Moritz currently sitting in that 4th position. And he's taking on a great set wave here.
Amazing. Look at the size of this one from Moritz. He comes off the bottom, up into the lip. Unfortunately, digs the nose in on that one. So Moritz is going to go down. We see other competitors having a look at this one. Benoit stroking in to see if he's going to manage to get across this section. He's going to highline it to get some speed. Is he going to kick out? Not seeing much scoring opportunity on the inside, so using that priority. Just still waiting for Leko Salazar's last wave score. Unfortunately for Moritz, though, went down on that big set. It's going to really cost him.
That was a shame. That was a beautiful looking wave.
So Tucker currently sitting with first priority out there. It's going to be interesting to see Leko's last wave come through. It's been talking about to see if that's going to change the situation. But with Tucker sitting with priority, means that he's going to have choice if there is going to be another wave come through with 1 minute left on the clock. Looking pretty sleepy out there at the moment, though.
Yes. Excited to see what that last wave of Leko is going to come in at, if it's going to change anything. Benoit sitting pretty comfortable in that first position. Tucker needs a 7-point ride to take over that.
Last of red, 0.87. We are waiting for the last of white. 30
So
seconds remaining.
tense times in the heat for Leko and Tucker.
30 seconds
As we see
remaining.
Leko's last score drops in a 4.5, not enough to put him into second place. So Tucker Inui currently holding on to that second position. Leko Salazar going to stay busy now, try and find something as there's 10 seconds left on the heat. So one of the biggest upsets of this morning will be that Leko Salazar will be knocked out of the event. So that means Tucker Inui, Benoit Carpentier, you're going to be your first finalist for the men's SUP surfing. Leko Salazar, Moritz Marsh, unfortunately missing out on that finals berth. Make sure you stay glued to your screen. Do not go anywhere. We've got men's semi-final coming up after the commercials.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for. Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep,
Could I cross the island hiking?
yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Welcome back, everybody, to semi-final number 2 of the Men's Open. Look at this heat we have going on here, Boo.
Oh my goodness. Luis Denise in the red, Leonardo Jimenez in the white. Wellington Rice in the yellow, and Sebastian Gomez in the blue. Wow. This is a lineup.
It's going to be a very, very exciting semi-final. And see who is going to join Benoit and Taka into the main final. It looks like we're having Sebastian up and riding here.
Yeah, Sebastian looking a bit more on form today for the semi-finals. He floats up and over that section. Sebastian come unstuck on a few waves yesterday, but still managed to sneak through his quarterfinal heat. As we see some more waves gracing the lineup here at El Lloret. Great view of the action as we see Leonardo. Oh, great backhand turn to start things off. And backs up with another one, extending that board. They cut it back as well in that section there. So some great surfing already done as he cuts it all the way back to the white water. And just throw the tail a little bit, rides out with control. So some great surfing there from Leo.
I think we're just going to head down to the beach with an interview.
I think you're the competitor in which I've most interviewed, passing your heats first every time. Now, you started off with getting pushed to priority, 4th priority at the start there. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to warm up. I'm not so much of a morning person, and I don't know, I just wanted to get few waves, and I didn't remember about that rule actually. but now I know, and no, so I got 4th priority straight away, so I was like straight away my strategy kind of changed. I was like chasing for the inside one and trying to put some pressure on the guys, and that's what I did with a 5-point to start. And then after I built bending my heat and getting in the nice rhythm, not letting the best wave to the guy. So yeah, I'm happy, you know, there was a semi-final, so it's not nothing, and straight in the final. So yeah, I'm gonna try to go for gold now, like last year, you know.
Like last year, because he is our reigning champ. He took home the gold here at El Lloret in 2022. So we're very excited. You've been surfing so well and look forward to your final. Thank you, Benoit.
Thank you very much. Un petit message à tout le monde à la maison. Merci de me supporter. Et bah voilà, hein, on va y aller au taquet. You.
Thanks very much, Tatiana, for that interview with Benoit. Benoit going to be joining Taka in the men's SUP surfing finals as we see some great waves coming in here. Sebastian taking off. There was some action throughout that interview, so we'll get caught up with all the scores that come through. See Sebastian coming off the bottom here. Nice turn in the pocket. Going to have to race this section, though, to get through it. Unfortunately, just going to jump off. We see if our surfer in the red jersey, Louise Denise, up and riding. Great bottom turn there with that drone angle, throwing lots of spray. Going to get around this section to get up into the lip. So another great turn there from Luis. He's managed to find himself on a great wave to start things off here as he brings it all the way through to the inside. Some really good surfing from Luis as he kicks out there. So really well put together wave.
What a start we had to this heat. While the interview was on, we also saw Wellington on a great wave. See if we can get a replay of that. And also Leonardo on that first one. The way he draws out those turns and extending his legs to really show that power and the spray is amazing. So yeah, we're waiting for a few scores to drop.
Yeah, scores for all surfers to drop on the board. I can update you with that situation. I just want to talk about that conversation with Benoit about starting the heat with 4th priority. So Benoit, that while the heat was on hold, we were still waiting for the scores to come in for the previous heat of the women's semi-final number 2. Benoit actually caught a wave before the heat had started. Now, there's a rule that if you do catch waves before the heat starts, you will be issued with that last priority to start the heat. So it means you have to wait for all other surfers really to catch a wave, but Benoit opting to catch some waves underneath priority of the other surfers. So that's why Benoit started off with 4th priority. Not that it didn't hinder him in any way.
No, I like what he's saying. I'm not a morning person, so I just wanted to catch a few waves.
As it looks like Leonardo Jimenez dropped a 6.23 for his first ride.
Great start from Leonardo.
And Sebastian is 2 wave scores of that 6.6, so He's currently in the lead, but I don't think it's going to be for very long because Luis Denise is yet to drop a score for his last ride.
Yeah, Sebastian sitting on a 4.67 and a 1.93. And then Leonardo with that 6.23. But I think we're going to see a good score from Luis.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a great score, probably shooting him up into that first place, I'm going to say. I'm going to throw it out there. I'm not a judge, but we can have our comments.
Definitely. And comments, also make sure that you drop us a comment either on Facebook or on YouTube, wherever you're watching. We're always happy to see where you're watching from, who you're cheering on. Let us know who you think is going to win this event.
Lots of support for Benoit in that last heat. He'll be coming up later on in the finals as we see some surfers having a look at a wave here. Luis Denise trying to get a little backup score possibly. He's going to drop in here as we'll give you that first wave score to drop in soon as Luis Denise is up and riding on this one looking for a backup. He goes vertical up into the lip, so we can update you that Luis Denise dropped a 7.33 for his first wave. That puts him up into the lead above everyone else.
Amazing start from Luis.
Of course, he'll drop another score for that ride just there. And Leonardo sitting with that 6.23. Great wave score there.
Interesting start to this heat.
Yeah, it certainly is. Brazilians getting busy early. Wellington, I guess that 2.17 at the moment. During the interview, we had a great one turn on that wave. See if any of the surfers opt to take off on these smaller ones. I think they're all going to sit and wait for the bigger waves, Emily. Do you think that's a good strategy?
I think we've seen this a good strategy today. There's so many waves on offer, so I believe that they are going to try to wait for those set waves. And sometimes we've seen some of the surfers being lucky, when they're paddling out, being a little bit further down, those set waves breaking a bit wide, and you actually can be lucky sitting with fourth priority and getting a bomb.
Yeah, exactly right. So we see all SUP surfers there sitting right next to each other. Luis Denise opting to sit a little bit further away from them. He's kind of on your right hand side of screen. Sebastian coming out of Peru. Great barrel rider. Riding that step deck board from Infinity. Blur V3. We see a little bit of a lull in the action out there. You'll see Luis Denise start to paddle on screen there. So he's going to join his fellow competitors out on the lineup spot. Sitting with a pretty comfortable 7.33 at the moment. That was a great wave score. It looks like there might be a couple of bumps out on the horizon. We'll go to a replay of Luis's. This is going to be his last wave that he caught. I love this next turn that he does. Throws that board up into the lip. Times it well. You can see he kind of hung up there for a little bit of time as he threw a lot of spray. So still waiting for that score to drop for Luis. He's asking the judges as well to drop it, as we've said before, and as there's been a few comments online. Judges really taking their time to lock in the scores. Want to make sure that they get every score correct. So that way there is no protest from competitors. But also to keep the consistency throughout the rounds. And that way you're going to get the most deserved world champion at the end of the competition today, which is not too far away. We're going to be going straight into the finals after this heat of the women.
Going to be an exciting women's final. So much talent out there. They were surfing so well in the semifinals.
Yeah, the waves just seemed to turn on for them in their semifinals. Lots of big names though in that. We're going to have the Inui sisters, Kaede Sakura, Abaya Moreno, and Luchi Cosletto coming up in that final. We lost Aline Adesaka and Marine Codro. Putting on good performances, but need to be putting on the best performances of the day.
It looks like there is a set approaching, maybe.
A little bump that the surfers go underneath there. I think in the other heats, the surfers have been taking off on these small ones to try and manufacture a score. But everybody realizing this heat is super stacked, so all sup surfers are going to realize that they need the set waves to be able to get ahead of their competitors. If they take off on the smaller ones, it could leave their fellow competitor to get on a big bomb, getting those big scores.
Yeah, still waiting for that last wave of Luis. Wellington haven't really got started yet. He had that first wave, but there was one big turn, but then he got stuck a bit behind the white water. But we saw him throwing down a 9-point ride yesterday, so we know he's definitely capable of changing this around in any second. Just looking out at the horizon, a little bit of a low at the moment.
Yeah, I think the kind of that nearing the mid stage of the tide at the moment, so maybe a little bit sleepy, but it does look like on screen a couple of bumps top right hand side you can kind of see. We'll see if that eventuates into anything as it comes toward the lineup. Looks like all sup surfers have recognized it as a wave to come through. Sitting with priority is Leonardo Jimenez. Wellington Rice in that second priority, so we'll look for those surfers to take off on this wave. Maybe even another one behind it too. But it looks like a great wave approaching as Leo paddles out toward it. He's going to position himself.
Just see the lineup here. This is going to be a great set wave. And he is up and riding, drawing out that bottom turn. Carves back, waiting for it to stand up. Hitting that lip on that backhand. Gets a little bit out of balance there. Trying to get around the white water. And hits the lip again. Riding out.
Oh, Sebastian goes down on the outside there behind Leo. And we've got more waves approaching the lineup as well. Wellington Rice on a fantastic looking set wave here. That backhand turn to begin with. He's going to set this up for a more critical hit into the lip as he continues down the line. Going to look for a third turn down toward the end of this section as he cuts back to the white water. He's going to continue riding through, switching that paddle up and over this lip section here. So he finishes off.
We're seeing Luis as well up and riding in the back. I think he had a nice turn on the outside as well as he carves it around here. Snaps off the top. Switching the paddle.
You got a little claim there, so he must have got something really good done on the outside. You were kind of watching that wave as I was calling the action from outside the bus.
Yeah, I just saw, oh, Luis is up as well. We can see the lineup here from the bus, which is amazing. And, you know, this is what we talked about before with the judges taking their time with the scores, because here there was 4 surfers catching waves back to back. As we're just seeing a replay here of that is Luis's wave. See what he does here on the outside.
Yeah, a little turn under the lip there to begin things. And then carving it back around into the white water. As he's going to go up again for another turn. Luis was super happy with this wave. Throwing a little claim just here to the judges. So a number of great turns. Luis managed to get a 10-point ride here last year for the event on a wave pretty similar to that. But that was a great set. Everyone getting big waves in that exchange.
Definitely was. And we're seeing the score of Luis's last wave. It is a 4.17. But we're still missing another score from him. And we're also missing the last score of Wellington and Leonardo. There's also going to be some good scores dropping there.
Yeah, certainly is. We saw Sebastian Gomez go down, unfortunately, on that set wave that he caught. He's been spending a lot of time out here surfing for the last almost couple of months. He's been here for now. Trying to get a lot of practice in.
12 minutes.
As we see there's 12 minutes left on the clock. So 12 minutes remaining in this semi-final. Looks like there might be a few more waves coming in. You can see a few bumps out there. Sebastian currently sitting with that first priority. Still waiting for scores to drop for just about all the competitors. The judges going to be watching lots of replays So I feel like it's going to be a few more minutes before we see those scores start to trickle in. As we could have a
Definitely.
surfer here. Having
Looks-
a look at this one.
Looks like there's another set approaching where looks like Leonardo is going to have a look at this one with third priority. He is going to go for it. Nice looking wave here as it stands up. Carving back there, getting a bit stuck on the lip.
Yeah, Leonardo dropped a 4.5 for his ride. I feel like those turns at the end there weren't super controlled, which kept the score a bit lower. So that last ride of Leonardo coming in at that 1.13. Still waiting for Wellington's last ride. That's going to be a good score to drop as well. Get a couple of great turns done.
Great turns on the outside and on the inside.
Yep, very true.
Really working hard on that wave and lots of turns.
And obviously Luis Denise's last ride as well to drop. He was pretty happy with that ride. We will see Luis probably retain that leading position. He'll look to secure his spot into the finals to represent Brazil. Definitely at least one Brazilian surfer going to be in the finals today, moving through from this heat. As we can hear the beach announcer calling 10 minutes remaining in the heat. Still waiting for scores to drop for all these surfers. How are the conditions looking, Emily? You're checking the forecast?
Yes, I was just checking the tide. We're having a high tide at 1 o'clock. So we're just approaching mid-tide around 10 a.m.
Which is about now, in half an hour's time.
Yes.
But it looks like as the ocean goes sleepy, it kind of builds up for those big sets. We saw a 4-wave set just before. So we need some more of that action to hit the screen.
Definitely still lots of great potential out there.
Of course, a big thank you to all of the event partners. Of course, the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria for hosting us for this event. Been a fantastic few days of action. We're at day number 5, finals day here for the APP World Tour. We crowned Junior World Champions, Longboard World Champions earlier on in the week. That was in the form of the Inui family. Keide Inoue taking the win for the women's longboard and the junior girls. We saw Kapono Fukuda taking the win for the junior boys. And then also Taka Inoue in the longboard division. Great performances from all of those surfers. We will see the Inui family coming up in their respective finals. Keide and Sakura in the women's, Taka in the men's against Benoit Carpentier. As judges still watching replays from those waves. It was busy, they couldn't watch all of them at the same time, so great to have that replay technology.
Yeah, it's definitely great for them when there's suddenly this set where every surfer catches a wave. It's hard for them to pay attention to every wave in the live action, and here we're just getting a replay of Leonardo's last wave.
Look at the size of this wave. Fantastic size in the wave as he goes up and vertical. You can see just that loss of control is what limited this score. I don't think he really rode out of that turn. No, he did ride out of it cleanly. There's Wellington here up on the replay. We do have some scores dropping at the moment. We'll update you as we get back to the live action. Wellington here, a couple of nice turns on the outside. Getting more work done on the inside, as you said, Emily. Some nice turns to finish off. Great turn there.
And I heard a 7-point ride dropping, so let's see whose that is for. But first, we're just seeing a replay here of Luis's last wave. It's a big set wave here.
I think this is where he started to find the rhythm here. These last 2 turns on this wave, he was pretty happy with. And this is why you see that little claim, little fist bump to the judges. Yeah. So as we bring you those scores, updated situation.
And it looks like we're having a 7-point ride from Wellington's last wave. And we also have a score in from Louise. It's a 6.13.
So still not enough for Wellington to take second position, the advancing spot toward the final. Leonardo currently holding that position down with a 6.23 and a 4.5. Wellington, he needs only a 3.73 to progress. Something he can do in his sleep. As we see women's final competitors getting ready. Abaya Moreno, your 2018 APP World Tour World Sup Surfing Champion. So some great scores locked in there from just about all competitors. Coming down to 6 minutes remaining on the clock. So that time went by very quickly. Looks like we hopefully should get another set before this heat finishes. Which means all competitors will get another shot.
Exactly.
The final will be 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
It'd be good to see them have another opportunity. Things a bit slow out there at the moment.
We're just hearing the beat announcer telling the format for the finals. It's going to be 30-minute heats again.
So Leonardo Jimenez not safe just yet.
You think they're having a little chat there?
I think so. Wonder if Sebastian speaks Portuguese as well. I understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
Or if they're saying, let's block out Sebastian.
Making their strategy.
Exactly. Sebastian needs a pretty big score though. 8.07 to move up into second place.
Yeah, the ocean just going a bit flat. Longer and longer between those sets. So in the morning with the low tide, like that, there was plenty of waves on offer. Now we see some bigger sets, but a bit longer in between them.
Yeah, it was super consistent this morning. We're seeing a lot more size in the waves as the high tide creeps up on us. 4 minutes left remaining in semi-final number 2. Your top 2 competitors in this semi will move through to the final to join Benoit and Tucker. And that will be an absolute showdown for the ages. If you are just tuning in, thanks for watching on appworldtour.com, the APP World Tour YouTube, Facebook, comments. Let us know who you're cheering for.
Yes, please give us a comment in on the live action on Facebook, on YouTube. We are constantly checking the comments to see if you guys have any questions. You want to let us know who you're cheering on. We can see here on Facebook we have some support from Spain, saying hi from the mainland of Spain.
We've got Sup Junkie tuning in from the UK. Thanks very much, Sarah, for your support in the sport of stand-up paddling. We are at the beach of El Lloret, which is just around the corner from the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Hopefully it's a nice day in the UK. I hear there's going to be a bit of a cold snap next week. I'll be going back to some cold weather, Emily. Not looking forward to that. It's been a beautiful week here in Gran Canaria. It's been super warm. The water's really nice and warm as well.
It is very warm, the water. Surfing in board shorts or shorties.
Can't believe I'm going back to wear a 5 mil.
Yeah,
with a
me
hood.
too. It's I also heard winter really arrived in Portugal, where it's starting to get super cold where I'm living. It's just about like 6-8 degrees in the morning, so also starting to get winter has arrived there.
Definitely. It's only going to be about 6 to 8 degrees in the day where I'm going back to. But all good. Matt Roach, I'm with you 100%. One more set would be fantastic to see this heat out. 2 minutes left on the clock.
2 minutes left, and Wellington sitting on that 7-point ride, only needing a 3.73. So this is when it's dangerous. They let all those small waves go in the beginning, You could have get a 4-point backup of one of those smaller waves. So
That's right. Wellington's going to definitely move in a little bit to try and find one of those smaller waves. Be so good to see another set coming through. We've got Matt's tuning in from Bali. Oh, jealous, Matt. Fantastic. Love Bali. JV. Got ice in the morning in Paris. So it's getting cold in France at the moment, using a dry suit on the rivers. And he was paddling the River Seine earlier this week. As we see a couple of the competitors having a look to try and get something done with 1 minute left on the clock. Couple of tiny waves coming through. You can kind of see on screen. Wellington's going to go opt for that inside position. Sebastian, is he going to hunt him down? Looks like Sebastian's going to stick with Wellington. Try and get onto a wave. Both of those competitors currently have priority. Look, there's waves breaking up the reef. Are they going to be able to make it in time to come down the reef? It doesn't look like there's going to be much happening out there. So Luis Denise played a very smart heat, getting some great scores done early. Leonardo in that second position at the moment. And it looks like they will be the top two competitors moving through to the final of the men's. I don't think there's enough time for this set to reach the competitors out in the water. 15 seconds left. I have a feeling that we may not get there in time. Leonardo Jimenez having a look on the inside. This wave is going to count for him. He's super stoked. Look at him. So happy to make it through to his first final here on the APP World Tour.
Leonardo into the final. Leonardo sitting on that 10-point right as well from the longboarding. He's having a great event.
He certainly is. He's stoked to make it through. As I said before, that will be the furthest he's ever progressed in a SUP surfing competition. He's going to progress alongside on screen there, Luis Denise for the men's final. But don't go anywhere. Action coming up for the women's final of the women's SUP surfing just after this commercial break. Welcome back to live action here for finals day. You're watching the women's SUP surfing grand finale out in the water right now. We've had already some waves ridden from all competitors, waiting for scores to drop in for everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. You'll see Keire Inui in the red, Luci Cosoletto will be in the white jersey, Sakura Inui in the yellow, and Ibaya Moreno in the blue. Lots of world champions out there in this heat. Keire Inui, your current defending world champion here on the APP World Tour. She got a fantastic wave to start this heat off. So we'll be looking to update you on those scores as they drop in. You're going to see a replay from that wave here. As we see her taking off, streaming down the line. Gets a lovely first carve in. And backs it up with a second turn. And this is where all the action happened on this last maneuver. Throws it up into the lip. And holds on to ride out through the white water. Gives a claim to the judges.
Great start for Katie. She is looking so strong in this event. See if she can defend her title from last year. But it is going to be tough competition out there. We saw Ibea earlier with an outstanding performance. Luci as well.
Yeah, Ibaya had a quick wave this morning in this heat, but unfortunately it closed out on her. Katie Inoue dropped a huge number to start things off for this women's final. A 7.5. That puts her safely up into the lead at the moment.
That's a big statement to make 5 minutes into the heat.
It certainly is. Luci Cosoletto can look to try and improve on her situation. She's going to bring that power game to match Katie surfing. As we see a paddle out there in the water at the moment. Luci just having a little glimpse at that one. Not opting to go, as we're going to throw it down to the beach with an interview with Tatiana and the winner of the last heat.
I'm here on the beach with Luis Denise, who just made it through to the finals of the Open Men's SUP Surf. Tell me, how were the conditions in the water? You looked very strong in your surfing. How was it?
I'm so happy. Thanks God for a new opportunity. I stay here for. It's good. The condition is beautiful. This place is very good, right? My surf, it's okay. My surf here.
It's more than okay. Now tell us about this board. What board are you using?
See, it's my best board for surfing here, in 610. Okay. The board for the last year. My magic board for to go surfing here. Thank you, Epic Surfboard, for they make a lot of boards. It's very good.
Well, congratulations, Luis. We look forward to seeing you in the finals. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, as we catch up with live action in the water. Sakura Inoue just going down there, but we saw Ibaya Moreno as well catching a wave during that interview. More action on the outside as well. We've got some sets rolling through. This is exactly how you want to kick off a final for the women's. Going to be a big score dropping for Ibaya on that last one, as we see Luci taking a look at this one.
Set coming in here, Luci up and riding. There's a nice carve off the top here. Hitting that white water. Trying to get some speed to get around that section on the inside. See if she can manage to get another turn in here on the inside. She have to kick out before the rocks. And we are
back to live action at the back with Kaede taking off on this one. It'll be like the fourth wave of this set. She's just sets herself up for a carving turn to begin things off. She's going to bring this one through for another turn on the inside here. Carves it back around to the white water. She's going to be looking to finish strong on this one. She does another top turn. Just decides to kick out there before it gets too shallow. Trying to get out in front for priority in front of Luci.
Some exciting scores we're waiting for now.
Oh, some really exciting scores, especially from Ibaya Moreno. That's going to be a great score to lock in. She done some great work on that outside section. Managed to finish it off cleanly on the inside. We get a replay See if we can get a replay up on screen for you shortly, as Sakura Inoue is sitting at the back currently in that priority. Have a look at this smaller wave. You can see her facing in toward the beach. Can decide not to go on that one.
So we just saw Leonardo passing the bus here, throwing us a shaka. He was getting a protein shake.
So we see Abaya's replay for her last score. This first turn, amazing turn off the top there. Throwing lots of spray. Backs it up here with a second turn off the lip. This is where she got a lot of the points from, that huge, big vertical turn, and manages to ride out of that one and hang on to it. So great to see that on the replay. As she's in a current paddle battle with Kaede to secure the second priority. You can see Abaya on screen there, Kaede. Looks like Abaya is going to rest there to get that second priority.
Yeah, let's see what those scores are going to get in at. But the judges have a lot of work to do right now. There was a lot of wave caught. Still waiting for Sakura to get started in this heat. And we have a score in from Lucci. She got a 5-point ride. We're also... No, it just changes the position. She moves up to the second position with that 5-point ride. Still waiting for that score from Ibaya.
Yeah, that first wave of Sakura there, just pushing her up above Ibaya Moreno. But Kaede Inoue with a 3.5 backup score. So she's currently in the lead there, the defending world champion. Can she go back-to-back, Emily? That is the question. It's going to be a tough ask, though, especially with the top 4 women in the world out in the water at the moment. Judges watching replays of Abaya's last wave. It's so good to see the level of progression in the women's sup surfing right now. Really pushing the limits. Everyone seems to be on form out there in the water too. So bringing the best of sup surfing for the women to your screen. So we see Abaya drop a 6.67 for her previous ride.
Great score from Ibaya. Putting her in that second position. She is now chasing a 4.64, 84. Can't really see, but to get into that first place. But Katie only sitting on a 3.5 as a backup.
Yeah, so you will see the scores on screen. What they need is actually what they need to get into the lead. Obviously, it's a final. The winner will be crowned the world champion for 2023 on the APP World Tour.
In 20 minutes, we'll have a new world champion.
Wow, that is exciting. And that world champion will carry the title through to next season. As we see some smaller waves coming in, we'll see if anyone's going to make a paddle. Looks like Abaya is having a little look on the inside. She's going to want to back up that wave score that she had earlier.
Ibaya sitting on the second priority. Still having Sakura waiting to get her campaign started. She's sitting with first priority.
Yeah, looks like we've got a smaller wave coming in here.
Looks like Ibaya is going to have a look at that one. And she is up and riding. Draws out that bottom turn, hits it up the top. And another one, unfortunately, she goes down with the lip, hitting it a bit too late there.
Yeah, couldn't quite hang on to that last turn. Couldn't get to it in time. She's a bit disappointed with that wave, but she'll look to get back out the back. Still plenty of time left on the clock for more set waves to roll through. Let's hope we get a couple more of those before the end of this final. Give all competitors a really good chance to showcase their best surfing.
Still 17 minutes left. As we are having the second score in from Ibaya, it's a 2.93. But yes, and Katie's still just sitting on that 3.5 as her backup, so this heat is still completely open.
It certainly is. Sakura looking for a perfect 10-point ride to take the win. Lucci just a 4.01. Abaya a 4.74.
But look at the ocean right now, Bo. Looks like we're having a set coming. And looks like Katie, no.
Sakura
Sakura is up and riding.
going along this way, waiting for it to line up as she goes off the top. Unfortunately, just goes over the back of that wave. Sakura just checking her equipment there, see if anything happened, but she'll look to get back out the back, reset herself. Katie currently sitting with first priority, gonna opt not to go that one as Lucci has a little paddle as well. She's gonna be able to get on top of it. She's not, so interesting paddle there from Lucci. We'll see if Abaya is going to manage to catch this wave. As we see Abaya Moreno up and riding. Great bottom turn. First turn is a huge carve off the top. Fantastic way to start. She's going to finish off with a floater on the inside, and she does very well to do that. Abaya looking for that 4.34 to move up into the lead.
That was a great first turn on that wave. Abaya is looking really hungry for this win.
She certainly is. Multiple-time windsurf world champion, 2018 world champion for the APP World Tour. 44 years of age. One of the older competitors, but not showing it at all, as we see. And here, some whistles out the back. Lines approaching. Oh, I'm excited, Emily. This is going to be a great set of waves coming through.
Looks like we have maybe two or three waves approaching now, so this is going to be really exciting. Looks like Lucci is going to have a look at the first one.
Yeah,
she
Lucci
is up and riding with a nice looking wall in front of her, carving off the top. See if she can hit this section. Unfortunately, she goes down with it, but we have Katie up and riding on a set wave. Look at that.
Amazing wave for Katie. She cuts it right back there. Great first turn to start things off on this set wave. She does another carving turn in the pocket. She is really displaying some great sup surfing. She goes up into the lip to finish off. Another great wave as we see her sister Sakura up and riding behind her. Another top turn for Sakura. She brings this one through to the inside, standing up nice and steep for her. She's going to go off the top. It just comes unstuck on that one. So a great exchange there for the Inui sisters. Unfortunately, Lucci coming unstuck on that final maneuver. Also a score to drop for Abaya. So all surfers
waiting for
waves.
some exciting scores now, putting the judges to work. We've seen that today. The ocean going flat, and then suddenly there's a bomb set coming with 3-4 waves, and we just see back-to-back waves from the competitors.
Yeah, amazing to see a lot of action happening in the water. It's good that we have that replay system as we've been talking about. It's good that we also have that priority so the SUP surfers can sit and wait for the best waves to come through. Gives everyone equal opportunity and equal chance to get on the best waves of the heat to really allow and let their surfing do the talking. As I feel like a big score is going to drop for Katie. It's going to be interesting to see if Abaya can overtake her, though, with her last wave score. With that huge first turn, backing up with a floater on the inside. Bit of a smaller wave, though, as we see Abaya.
She did. She's dropping a 5.83, putting her now into the lead with a total heat score of 12.5.
But Katie only looking for a 5-point ride. Still waiting for that last score to come through. I feel like it's going to be enough to change that situation. Obviously, Lucci and Sakura are still waiting for waves, but didn't manage to finish off on the inside as we see another set rolling throughout the back. Abaya currently sitting with that first priority. We'll see if she uses it on this wave. Could be a few waves in this set. Look at this wave stacking up to the horizon.
Looks like Abaya is turning around to have a look at this one. Is she going to use her priority? It looks like she is.
What a great looking wave here, Emily.
And she draws out the bottom turn, comes off the top. Another bottom turn. And unfortunately she gets stuck on...
Abaya goes down that first turn. Looked like she was setting up very nicely. Lucci Cosletto here answering back. Going to need to do some big surfing here. Great first turn, throwing lots of spray out the back of that wave. And again, up into the lip. rides out of that one. Still some little bit of room on the end section here to do another maneuver. She's going to kick out of that one. So Luci Cosoletto now getting herself back into conversation to get up into the lead as we are still waiting for scores. So Sakura, 2.83 for her last ride. Not changing the situation. As we going to be a great exchange here from both Luci and also Katie.
You see Katie waving at the judges. She want to hear her last score. See if it's going to put her in front of Iberia.
Iberia dropped to 3.4 for just that one top turn. Coming unstuck on that second turn, so it doesn't improve her situation. She's going to need to improve upon a 5.83. Probably going to look for a bigger score than that after Katie drops her next wave. As we see the Ocean a bit quiet after that set, needs to regroup itself to bring some more sets this way.
10 minutes left, so still plenty of time to be a few sets rolling in. Looks like there's a wave coming.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone opts to go for it. But I feel like Katie's score is about to drop.
We're seeing that tide coming in quite quickly now.
Yeah, covering a lot of those rocks that the competitors were surfing over this morning. Competitors moving in a little bit closer to that area there. Katie dropped to 4.2.
It's not enough to put her in the lead, so she is still looking for that
5-point ride.
5-point ride, that's correct. Thanks, Bo.
That's all right. It's hard to see the screen.
Yeah, it's a lot of sun glare and very small letters here.
Yeah, so Katie, not enough to change the situation there. Reflecting on that wave, I thought possibly she had it, but judges obviously do a much better job than we do. Or than I do anyway, calling the scores. But that leaves Iberia Moreno currently in the lead, looking to secure her second world title for SUP surfing here on the APP World Tour. Katie wants to go back to back. She's going to need that 5-point ride to do so. I'm still waiting on a score for Luci though.
Luci had a great wave as well. She is looking for a 7.3 to get into that first position. But she will definitely be looking to improve on her backup score. Looks like we're having a bit of motion here. I think Katie is going to have a look at this one. Bit of a smaller wave, but she's going to get off the top there. Nice carve back to the white water. And another floater getting stuck on top of that.
She can't finish that one, but that first floater was amazing. Floated across quite a long section of white water, as we did see Luci Cosoletto drop a 6.40 in her scoreline. Doesn't change the situation as it stands right now. However, it makes things a little bit easier for her to get into first position. She needs another low 6-point ride to be able to get herself up into the lead. So Luci going to look to do a pretty similar wave than her previous one to get that score. Sakura Inui did improve her situation earlier on, so needs just less than a 10-point ride to take the lead. As we see some more waves coming through, competitors paddling around on that drone angle on screen.
Such a beautiful angle. The drone shot, all the rocks as we're seeing. A set approaching here from the bus. Looks like Luci is going to have a look at this one.
Yeah, Luci needing that kind of 6.2 to advance, or to at least get into that first position. Carve off the top to start with. Another little kind of top turn. She's going to look to get around this section Oh, manages to just get out in front of that rock. That was a pretty close call for Lucci. As we see competitor in red, that is Kaede. Having a look at this wave. Taking off. Great surfing from Kaede in this final. Great power she's displaying as well, using that back foot as she goes up and vertical in the lip. So, great turn for her. Smaller wave. Shows the judges that she put together a complete ride with some power turns. Looking for a 5-point ride, but on that smaller wave, I'm not sure that's what the judges are looking for. As we do see some bigger waves on screen now.
And we're having Sakura sitting with first priority.
Looks like both competitors opting not to go. It was kind of a touch and go situation there. I think Abaya might have wanted to take off on that one. You can see the body language. I think she really wanted that wave. Sakura letting it go. She wants priority to switch, but I don't think it's going to because Sakura didn't make an effort to even look at that wave. But that's okay. Abaya still sitting out there. Second priority, currently in the lead. Still waiting for that last score of Lucci and Kaede to drop. Well, Kaede's did drop that 3.93.
So that's not going to change anything. Still Ibaya sitting on the first position. We only have 5 minutes left till we are going to crown a world champion in women's sub-surfing. Right now it's looking great for Ibaya.
It certainly is. Lucci only dropped a 3.8 for her previous ride. So really the judges wanting to see competitors on those set waves to get the big scores, and that's exactly what Abaya's been doing. Been on the bigger waves. She's been managing to get a great first turn completion on the inside as well. We saw Kaede start things off with a 7.5, but hasn't been managed to find the right wave type and kind of connection for her during the turns to secure a score. As we see that last one of Kaede dropping in a 4.83, 0.17 off what she needed to change the situation. So still needing a 5-point ride.
As the ocean is going flat.
So coming down to around 4 minutes left. Abaya Moreno currently sitting in the lead. Could she be crowned the 2-time world SUP surfing champion?
She's sitting with that second priority. Just after Katie sitting, no, sorry, with Sakura sitting with first priority. Let's see, right now it doesn't look like there is much on offer. This is very, very exciting. I think the whole of Spain is holding their breath right now. There must be a lot of supporters for Ibaya here on the beach. Ibaya being from the Canary Islands.
Yeah, living in Fuerteventura at the moment. Visits Gran Canaria quite a bit. Enjoys surfing the waves around here. She'll have a lot of support on the beach for sure.
So we're just watching here the men getting in for their finals. Just look at that heat. That is going to be a very, very exciting final as well.
It certainly is going to be an amazing final for the men. As we see all the women on screen bunching up together. Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. There is only 3 minutes left for the women's SUP surfing final. Is there going to be another set that rolls through that could change the situation? Currently, as it stands, Abaya in first place. Kaede second, Lucci third, Sakura in that fourth. All competitors could change it with 1 wave score though. Not much needed from Kaede or Lucci. Sakura needing a near perfect 10. She can definitely do it in the waves we have on offer today. But that ocean going very sleepy at the moment.
Yeah, I bet Ibaya is holding her breath. She's hoping that there's no more set waves coming. But she is sitting with that second priority. So if Sakura opts to go on the first one, she can go on the second one. So she is in a very, very good position at the moment. We still have 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Our clock here on the screen is going a little bit faster. And we're also just hearing the beach announcer telling us that the men's heat will be a 40-minute heat because we're going into that high tide to make sure that there is enough set waves coming for this 4-man heat.
As we have seen plenty of waves ridden in this heat, though, for the women's final. Lots of good scores being posted from all subsurfers. Katie with the highest wave score so far, 7.5. Abaya at 6.67, then Lucci at 6.43. So 2 minutes left on the clock, counting down. Whoever is cheering on Abaya, you can almost start to get the champagne ready.
This is so exciting. 1.5 minutes left on the clock.
There could be a tiny bump approaching the lineup. We see Kaede making a little bit of space between her and her other competitors. Abaya is going to want to really stick close to both Lucci and Kaede. We'll see if anyone's going to make a concerted effort to paddle for this one. Looks like Kaede's going to have a look on the inside, needing a 5-point ride. Not going to be able to get onto that one. There is a little wave behind, though. We'll see if Sakura is going to use priority. If Abaya is going to try and keep Kaede off the wave. Abaya is not in a great position, though. Looks like that wave is standing up for Lucci and also Kaede, who's going to get onto it.
Katie's going to get it on the inside. Is it going to be enough to get a 5-point ride as he goes off the top with a nice snap? She claims it, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
As Abaya cannot get onto that wave either, so Lucci Cosaleto having a go here on the inside. Little floater off the top. This wave not offering too much. There is a couple of rocks there as she manages to get around that one. Lucci only looking for a small score of 4-point ride or so to get herself up into the lead. She's looking actually for a 6-point ride. So I do not think that Kaede or Lucci will have enough. We'll wait to see what the judges lock in. But that is the finish of the women's, as on screen there.
We just see Leonardo throwing a shaka to Abaya. So this is very exciting. Let's see. We're waiting for those last scores. A little hug from Benoit. It's great to see the sportsmanship and the camaraderie between the surfers here.
It certainly is. As we wait for official results, very tense times. I feel like those waves from Kaede and Lucci. So Kaede 3.93, not enough to change the situation. Which means Abaya
She's
Moreno.
smiling now. I think she was holding her breath. She didn't want to believe it when... But now I think she's realizing that it is looking good for her. We're just waiting for that last score from Lucci.
Yeah, I feel like that last score from Lucci won't be enough. So Abaya Moreno, officially your 2023 World Subsurfing Champion for the women.
Congratulations, Abaya. What a great performance here today.
Two-time World Subsurfing Champion for the women, Abaya Moreno. She's going to be so happy here representing the Canary Islands. Fantastic to see her take home the win. As we stick with the celebrations for Abaya, people on the beach looking to cheer her up. Amazing scenes here at El Lloret, here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria.
And some great sportsmanship from Lucci here. Congratulating Abaya on her win. Lucci taking the bronze medal and Katie the silver medal here.
As we see, looks like Moritz there cheering up Abaya, your 2023 world champion.
Amazing scenes.
She is going to be one happy lady. As we're going to
enjoy those pictures, and then I think we're going to cut into a quick commercial break before we are back with the men's final.
Welcome back to finals day action here for the Gran Canaria Pro-Am, the APP World Tour. We just crowned our 2023 Women's SUP Surfing World Champion Inabaya Moreno, and they're down on the beach now for an interview.
Congratulations, Ibaya. You are our 2023 APP World Champion. Woo! Any words to friends and family?
Yeah, well, I'm super happy. I wasn't expecting this. We had the last day amazing waves, so I'm really happy to even make it in the final because we were 12 girls, but we all surfing really well and we all deserve a final. So I was really happy. The level is super high, so yeah, I was amazed to win at home, and yeah, with these amazing waves, it's a dream come true for sure.
Well, you make Spain very proud. You're here on your home turf. Congratulations and enjoy the winnings.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Smeg, for the support, and thank you, Amphi. Without you, I wouldn't be here, so thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Tatiana. A very happy Ibaya Moreno taking home a second world title for SUP surfing. But we're going to turn our attention to the water now for the men's SUP surfing final. Another very stacked final here in the red, Benoit Carpentier. In the white, Luis Denise. In the yellow, Taka Inui. In the blue, Leonardo Jimenez. We've already seen a couple of waves being ridden from the competitors. We'll bring you those scores as they come through. As you mentioned before, Emily, this final being 40 minutes in length.
Yeah, just allowing the surfers a little bit of extra time to get more sets as that high tide approaches. We've just seen Luis Denise up and riding.
Yes, getting a lot of speed through that first section there. Coming back around to connect with that section perfectly. Another carve in the pocket of that wave as he brings it through to the inside. Another great turn to finish off. So 3 huge turns for Luis Denise. Going to be a nice score to drop for him. Looks like some scores on the board for Benoit, 5.83, and Leonardo as well, a 3.33. So all surfers except for Tucker getting underway. That last one from Luis, though. Great performance from him as we see replay for Benoit.
Benoit's first wave here. As he just comes up the top there, hits the lip nicely. That goes in as a 5.83, I believe. As we're seeing live action with Taka up and riding here on a nice looking wave. Really hit that first turn vertical. And another carve off the top. As he's getting speed around that section. Another big turn, throwing buckets here. He was happy with that one. Just looking back up at the judges like, did you see that?
I can see why he's happy with it. He's the only surfer that's really getting that board super vertical up into the lip. Great 3-turn combination there. We definitely have a final on our hands. This is going to go right down to the wire. All surfers getting some great scores on the board. As we see live action in the water. This is Leo up and riding at the moment. Great backhand carve there. Displaying lots of power as he goes up and vertical on his backhand. Looks to finish but just kicks out.
Yeah, great surfing from Leonardo, who looked very happy to be into this final. So we're just seeing another replay of Benoit's wave, I believe.
Yeah, he throws it up.
That was that 5.83.
Yeah, still waiting for those scores to drop for Luis, for Leo, and for Tucker as well. Going to be a nice score to see where they all sit as we hear some whistles on the beach, which should only mean one thing, Emily.
Set is approaching. And it certainly is. We're looking out the bus here, and there's a great looking set coming their way. It looks like Benoit is sitting with that first priority. Is he going to use it?
I think he's going to. Looks like a great looking wave to stand up. Benoit stroking into this one. Getting some speed. It looks like it's going to be a fast one down the line as he's going to opt to get up into the lip. Huge carve off the top. Backs it up with another big turn as well. Great 2-turn combination. Decides to kick out there. I really like the flow, the power, the speed Benoit brought to that wave.
That was a great start to that wave. And yeah, the way he just serve with so much power and speed, as you say. You can really see why he is last year's world champion.
Exactly. If you're just tuning in, thanks very much. You're watching the men's final for the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro-Am. This will decide the 2023 world champion. Take notes because you're watching some of the best SUP surfing go down in this final. We've already had some great scores, or great waves being ridden. Still waiting for those scores to be locked in. Judges going to take their time, as they have been all event, to get the scores right. Can't wait to see a big set approach this lineup. One of those 4-wave sets. All competitors going to get busy.
That would be amazing to see one of those sets and just see all the surfers on them back to back. That's what we like to see. Keeping the judges very busy.
First wave for yellow.
As we see some scores being dropped in. Taka Inui, 7.40 for his first ride. He's going to really take control of this heat, but Luis still has a wave to drop yet. I feel like it's going to be matching that score, maybe.
And also a score from Benoit, which I also think is going to be a good score.
That's right, and Leonardo there. He's had a couple of waves already. Nothing too critical or committed. As Luis Denise drops a 7.17. So Tucker at the moment has the highest wave score of the heat. Benoit's wave still waiting to drop as well. A lot of support for Brazil online for both Luis and Leonardo.
Yes, keep telling us where you're watching from, who you're cheering on, who you think is going to take this world champion home.
And we're coming down to about 28.5 minutes left on the clock. Competitors looking out to the horizon to see if there's another set coming. A few minutes between each set as we see a slight change in situation there. Leonardo Jimenez, a 5.23. So that pushes him up into the lead very quickly. That situation is going to change as Tucker and Luis going to get their backup scores.
Still waiting for that last score of Benoit though. I think we'll probably put him back up in the lead.
Yeah, that last wave from Benoit linking together two huge maneuvers. So judges want to get that score locked away. As we see some more lines approaching. The competitors, you can see them all up and standing now on their board.
Luis sitting with that first priority.
Benoit dropped a 6.6 for his previous ride. Leonardo going to go on this first small wave of the set. He's up and riding on his backhand. Gets that board up over the lip. Releasing those fins. He's going to get around. Going to get around that section as we look out the back toward Luis Denise. Up and riding. Great first turn there for Luis. He's going to back it up with another great slashing maneuver as he goes up into the lip here for maneuver number 3. And lands that. So very happy Luis Denise on that ride. Lots of cheers happening from the beach from the Brazilian contingent. Probably Leco Salazar watching on from the beach.
Yeah, there's such a great crew really supporting each other here on the beach throughout the whole competition.
So we're going to wait for those scores to drop in before you update you on the situation. As there may be some more bumps coming through.
We still having plenty of time left, 25 minutes. And we know everything can still happen. We saw Benoit dropping a few 8-point rides yesterday in similar conditions with this tide.
Yeah, very true. We got started yesterday with men's quarterfinals, so maybe about 3 hours or so after the high tide. We're coming into just about 2.5 hours before the high tide at the moment. So the reason why we've opted for 40-minute final for the men, to give the competitors a bit extra time to get these sets to roll through. Currently, Tucker sitting with that first priority. Benoit right next to him in second. So scores dropping in. Leonardo at 3.7. Still waiting for Luis's second wave, which is going to change the situation a little bit. At the moment, Tucker sitting with that highest wave score. 7.40, only one wave caught for Tucker. So he's sitting in a pretty good position with that first priority, as we said.
Ben, that second priority. I'm excited to see that second score dropping for Luis.
Yeah, I am too. It's definitely going to change up things on the scoreboard as we see it. So wait for that to drop, and then we can let you know that information as we taking a look outside the bus to see if there's anything happening out the back. There we go. Luis Diniz dropped an 8.10. Now the highest wave score of this final.
He's clapping on his board. He's happy to hear that, putting him in the lead with a total heat score of 15.27.
So Leonardo Jimenez now in a combination situation to take the win. Taka Inoue looking for another score in around that 7-point range, take the win. And Benoit looking for a big 8.67 to be able to take the lead. For Luis Diniz, only 2 waves surfed for the best waves of the heat so far. And that's how you start off a final.
That's how you start off a final. Just get 2 set waves, few excellent scores.
Now, Luis's wasn't the biggest wave, but the way he connected the sections, he timed those turns perfectly in the pocket of that wave. Threw lots of spray, lots of power, and then managed to throw up vertical for that last section. He was happy with it too.
He
was.
was.
A bit of a claim.
That's what the judges want to see, that, you know, really surfing those waves top to bottom, taking a big commitment on the first turn. As we're seeing, there might be a set approaching. We have Ben standing up.
Yeah, trying to see if anything is approaching the lineup. We heard some whistles from the beach. We'll see if anything does eventuate. Don't think it's going to be the biggest set of this final so far, but it's going to be something that Benoit is looking at. Tucker's going to let it go, though. He's got that first priority. He wants to wait for those big waves to come through, as Benoit is going to be up and riding on this one.
Ben is up and riding. He gets some speed. No, he's just quick in and out.
Yeah, he kind of threw the paddle to the other side and then just a little bit mistimed on that bottom turn. I know the feeling when you kind of go into a bottom turn and it just doesn't feel right. So he decides to kick out. Kind of get a bit too much weight on your front foot and end up going up and over the back of the wave. So competitors sitting, waiting patiently. What must it be like for Tucker, you think, with that really high wave score of a 7.4, but no backup as yet? Will that play into his mind?
Probably, but he probably also know that he has plenty of time left on the clock, and he's sitting with that first priority. That's going to give him some confidence. He knows if a good wave is coming his way, he's free to take it.
I think there is a good wave coming his way as well, as we see some lines stacking up on the horizon. These waves, as we've been mentioning all morning, come out of nowhere. On the inside, though, Luis Diniz going to opt to try and increase his lead. Looking for something bigger than a 7.17, though. As we see him up and riding, getting some nice work done. Is he going to finish this one off on the inside with a turn there before the rocks? Tucker.
See Tucker on a big wave out the back. One of those set waves. See if he can get around that white water. Throws it another vertical turn. He was happy with that one. And we're seeing Leonardo up and riding as well with a huge backside turn and another vertical turn. This is some amazing surfing we're seeing right here as Leonardo throws a fourth turn off the top on his backhand, throws a claim in the air.
That wave was worth claiming for Emily. I think that's going to get him out of that combination situation. Tucker's wave, though, 2 huge turns. Going to be great to see where that score filters in. He's looking to get a similar score around that 7.4 range to take the lead. Louise obviously have another wave to drop in.
As we just see a paddle battle going on the inside here for the surfers, trying to get back up, out, claiming those priority. But we're seeing Benoit out the back alone with priority, and it looks like he is going to go for this one.
He's going to go pretty fast along this first section, looking for this wave to stand up. Huge calf to start things off. He's going to look for a bit more vertical as he goes up into that lip there. He's going to finish off nicely on the inside. Smaller wave there from Benoit, but really well surfed. So all competitors getting waves throughout that set. Going to wait for all those scores to lock in. Looks like Luis has dropped that 5.63 for his previous ride, so it doesn't factor into his top 2 high-scoring rides. Still waiting for Tucker's 2 huge turns.
And Leonardo's, I'm excited to see the score of that one as well.
That could easily go into one of the highest wave scores of this heat. He connected multiple major maneuvers together.
Some big backside hacks from Leonardo. I really like the way he just extends his legs when he goes for those backside turns.
Yeah, he throws lots of spray. Leonardo, if he gets on the right wave, he just connects with it. The timing is so perfect. That's why he deserves that spot in the final here for the men's sup surfing. Coming down to around 18 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time, though, for situations to change. So the ocean might look flat out there, but those waves pop up last minute.
They really do. But we're having a lot of work for the judges at the moment. We're waiting for 3 scores.
Yeah, that's right. Lots more scores to drop in. That's probably going to change the situation, I would believe, Emily.
I think so. I'm excited to see what's going to happen after all these scores are going to be locked in. But we saw great wave from Leonardo, great wave from Tucker, and Ben on a smaller wave, but really well served.
Yeah, exactly right. He put together a nice wave on the inside. It's going to be interesting to compare Leonardo's wave with Tucker's wave, I think. Leonardo had lots of flow, connected those maneuvers together, where Tucker had a bit of downtime between 2 huge maneuvers. But obviously the commitment, the radical surfing that Tucker brings to this SUP Surfing World Tour, the APP, is amazing. As we see a few little bumps on the outside. Maybe these waves are pushing a little bit further up the reef with this higher tide. We see Benoit stroking across to the right-hand side of screen there. So he's going to opt to paddle a little bit deeper to try and find something of consequence. It looks like he's going to get himself onto this wave on the inside, underneath priority.
Yeah, we're having Ben up and riding. Oh, unfortunately, he has to kick out there. Closes out a bit on him. See Leonardo out the back with first priority, and it looks like he's going to use it.
Yeah, Leonardo up and riding here. Kind of fades back toward that white water. Turn off the top there. Nothing super critical at the moment as the wave starts to stand up. He gets another turn done on the inside. As he's going to kick out of this one. There's not too much happening for Leonardo there. He's looking to improve on a 5.23 because he's still waiting for a previous wave score that's going to be definitely better than that 5-point ride. So we will wait to see Tucker's wave drop through as well, alongside Benoit's previous couple of rides. Lots of scores to drop in yet. Hopefully we can get them locked in before the next set wave arrives. That way it gives the surfers an idea of what they need to win this final.
Let's just keep an eye on the Facebook and the YouTube to see if anyone had dropped us a comment.
Lots of support for Leo in this final. Luis Denis as well. Probably people tuning in from France to cheer on Benoit. And also thanks for tuning in if you are watching late at night in Japan. Or maybe in the later evening. As we see waves dropping in, a 9.10 for Leonardo Jimenez. He puts himself up into second place, so now only looking for a smaller score of around a 6-point ride. 6.17 as we're going to take a look at the replay from his previous ride. This is not the 9.1, but this is his last ride. So Leonardo's going to be happy either way to be in the final and also post 9.1.
What an event for Leonardo. Throwing down 10-point rides in the men's longboarding and now a 9.1 in the final.
Yeah, amazing display there for Leonardo. Obviously still waiting for Tucker's last wave as well. Is it going to be enough to push him up into the lead? He's waving his paddle, wanting to get an update from the judges. The judges have locked in Leonardo's score. What they like to do is they like to lock in the big scores first, which could change the situation. Doesn't put Leonardo up into the lead as yet, but it broke that combination that he needed.
Let's just see that 9-point ride here from Leonardo. Just those huge backside hacks. Look at that, how vertical he goes on that wave. Just really drawing out the turns.
I feel like this could have easily been a 10. So we see some scores starting to drop in.
7.3. I hear the beat announcer say, and I think that is for Tucker's last wave.
That's for Benoit's last wave.
Oh, Benoit's.
He's up and riding right now. Live action. Carving it back around in that lip. He's going to throw that one away as he just digs the rail there. Tucker, a new 8 dropped a 7.37. 7.37, so not enough to take the lead.
Benoit now needing a 7.9 to go into the lead. So we're seeing Tucker taking off.
Tucker needing a pretty big score here as he goes up. Unfortunately, just falls off that turn there. So we're coming down to around 13 minutes remaining in the men's final here. Lots of exchanges happening. Luis Denis currently holding that leading position. Tucker with a couple of high wave scores in the 7-point range, but Leonardo Jimenez, that 9.1.
Leonardo just needing a 6.27 to advance.
Yeah, he can easily get that done. Benoit Carpentier, he dropped that 7.3, so he needs around an 8-point ride to get him into the lead.
And we know that was 7.3 on a smaller wave, so if Ben gets on one of those set waves, we know he's capable of anything.
Ah, exactly right. Benoit looking to back up his previous title from last year. What a display of surfing from Leonardo Jimenez. 9.1 backed up by only that 5.23. He's going to look to improve that one. So currently sitting with second priority in the water. All eyes are on Luis Denis at the moment though. Currently holding down that number 1 position. Can he secure another world title to his name? Be very interesting to see how this heat plays out.
Yes, as we're still having 12 minutes left on the clock, so should be time enough for a few more sets. See if Benoit is gonna maybe change strategy and sit and wait for a set wave, and he knows that even on those smaller waves he's able to throw some big scores, but he needs nearly an 8-point ride now to get into the lead. As we've seen Tucker taking off on a smaller one here.
Yeah, needs a 7.88. He's trying to do something really big on the inside. We saw Tucker have a strategy of sitting and waiting for the big waves at the start of this heat, which has secured him some great scores in that 7-point range. Now he's trying to stay busy, trying to do a big Hail Mary at the end. One big, massive maneuver that's going to get him a near excellent ride to move into first position. But it's within anyone's reach at the moment. Leonardo Jimenez was in a combination situation earlier on in this final.
And then he just drew a 9.1 under pressure. But just look at the scores. Look how many 7-point ride, 8-point ride, 9-point ride. This is definitely the final. So it looks like there might be some motion in the ocean.
Yeah, definitely some lines coming through, as you can see on that drone angle. This next wave could possibly be something to offer up. Looks like we have Benoit having a look at this one.
Benoit sitting at third priority. He's going to take off. Oh, nice carve from Benoit there. Hits the vertical. Unfortunately, he goes down. Really like that first turn.
That was really nice. He slid the tail right at the end there for that carve as he brought it all the way back around to the white water. I feel like their bigger scores are only going to come from those bigger waves, though. So needing to wait for the set to come through. Still time for a couple of sets to make their way through this lineup. We've seen set after set throughout the day. High tide coming up at about 1 o'clock, so it's going to fill in the break here as we see Tucker having a look at this one on the inside. As he's paddling into this, let's see what he's got for us. Needs a big score. Does a carving maneuver to start things off, trying to set it up to get back up into the lip for a vertical turn. It's not going to be what Tucker needs, though. So he kicks out of that one, makes his way back out. Tucker there, just conserving a bit of energy.
And Luis Denis just sitting, waiting with that first priority. He knows he's sitting in that first position, so he's probably just going to sit on the first priority and only use it if an amazing wave comes his way.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting to see who he tries to block and keep off waves as well, because all these competitors could easily turn around and get an excellent score to change the situation. So whether he might favour Leonardo, his fellow Brazilian competitor, tries to keep Ben or Tucker off the wave. We'll have to wait and see. Beautiful conditions out there for the men's SUP surfing final. We crowned our women's champion, Abaya Moreno, previously in the women's final. Second SUP World Surfing title for Abaya. As we hear some whistles from the beach. And again, that means there is a set approaching. So, amazing drone angle of our surfing area here at El Lloret. Right-hand point break. Just outside the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. As we do hear lots of whistles. All these SUP surfers starting to paddle out the back to greet the next set wave coming through. This is going to be one to watch. This could be an exchange. We'll see who is going to use their priority.
Luis Denis sitting with first priority. Leonardo in that second priority.
There's a couple of waves here in this one. Benoit a bit deeper on the reef. Luis looking like he is going to use his priority on this one. Trying to look to get better than a 7.17. This wave definitely has the opportunity as he comes around this section. Carving off the top there for that first turn. He's going to wait for this wave to stand up. Another carving maneuver off the lip. A fantastic display of backhand SUP surfing. Connects that one very well to set waves behind him. Leonardo just going to town on that turn there. See if he gets another turn. Unfortunately, he just comes unstuck. He won't be happy with that. We'll see if he got any more turns done on the outside, as he's only looking for 6.17, I believe,
yeah,
to take the title. Tucker in that second place at the moment.
But yeah, now we're having Benoit and Tucker left out there. Benoit now sitting with that first priority. I think that was what he wanted. He still have 6 minutes left to get a set wave, and we know he can do it if he gets one of those big ones. He's only but he's needing a 7.9 ride, but we know we've seen him all the other heats he's been throwing 7, 8, 9-point rides, so he's definitely able to get that if he gets on one of those set waves.
Yeah, you can see he's been staying busy the last few waves that he's caught, trying to get some small scores. We're trying to manufacture a big score on the inside, but now he's got priority. I think he's going to sit and wait for the final hopefully not the final set, but a set to arrive as we're coming down to about 5.5 minutes remaining in this final. It's been an epic final of action. You can see all those green boxes up there next to the competitors' names. They're the two highest wave scores that they currently have going to the total. That's definitely the highest heat totals we've ever seen from a full heat.
Yeah, look at those. 13.90 is right now the fourth place. That just says something about how high the scores are in this heat. And looks like there's a set approaching. See if Benoit is going to use his priority in any of these, but looks like Taka is going to go on this one.
Yeah, Taka going to have a look at this one. He's going to get a lot of speed down the line as he sets up for this first turn. We go a nice slashing carve to start things off. Is he going to pull into the barrel? Unfortunately comes unstuck as we see Benoit Carpentier using his priority on a big set wave up into the lip for this first turn. He can't get around that section, so he's going to go down. There's more action on the outside though. A wave coming through for both Leonardo and Luis. We'll see who's going to take off on this one. Currently it is Leonardo sitting with that first priority. Still scores to come in. That last one of Luis Denise, a 7.43, improves his situation, making the ask higher for Leonardo as he's up and riding here. See how well he connects with these lips. Throws the tail a bit loose there. Gonna wait for this wave to stand up. A great backhand carve there, but goes down on that one. Pushing a little bit too hard coming toward the end of this heat.
Yes, he knows that he's sitting on that 9-point ride, and his requirement is not that. It's high, but it's not. It's not a 9-point ride. He's sitting on the highest single wave score of the heat. But yeah, mistake from Benoit there. Unfortunately, now he is back out in the lineup with second priority.
Looks like we might have some action in the lineup. Taka Inoue on a wave here, carving off the top. He's been really relying on that first turn as he throws that board up and vertical. He's going to ride out with control as well, straight over the rock. I think he actually hit the rock.
Looked like it. We're just coming down to just under 4 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Whew, it's getting warm in here.
It is getting very warm. One, because it's heating up outside, but the action is heating up in the water too. Now, as we coming down to the final few minutes of this heat, Luis Denise currently in the lead. An 8.10 and a 7.43. Taka also with a 7.43, a 7.37. But it is Leonardo who could change things. He is currently sitting on a 9.1, only needing a 6.40, which could have been done on that last one, but unfortunately he's come unstuck on these last few rides.
Yeah, he was really pushing hard on that last turn and just got a bit slided out on the top. So that comes in as a 3.83.
Benoit looking for a pretty big score of an 8.2 to get up into the first position. Remember, the winner of this final will be crowned
world champion. Yeah, this is very exciting. Last 2 minutes here. We're having one more minute than you can see on your clock here, so just about 2 minutes left on the clock. Looks like there might be a bit of motion out here.
Yeah, some small waves coming in as we're coming down to the end of this final. We'll see if anyone's going to take off on these waves. Looks like it might be the last opportunity.
Benoit sitting on the second priority. Looks like he's going to go for it.
Needs a big score though. Benoit waiting for this one to stand up. Let's see what he's got for us. Trying to get out of that fourth position. Carving off the top there, throwing it up for another turn. So a couple of nice maneuvers there. It might be enough to see him up into that third or second position. We'll have to wait for the scores to come through. As we see last of Taka, 6.07, not enough to change the situation. 1 minute remaining here in the final for the men's. I'd love to see another set come through, Emily.
Oh, me too. You just have 1 hour heat here.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's amazing to see these guys surfing these conditions.
Makes our job easier when there's lots of action and great scores being dropped. You can see all SUP surfers here dropping some excellent rides.
But right now it's looking like it's Luis Denise.
I have a feeling that we're going to be crowning our world champion in Luis Denise.
Just 1 minute left. Benoit staying here on the inside.
Yeah, we're counting this heat out pretty shortly as we might see a little paddle here. This wave will count whoever catches it. Looks like Leonardo's trying to get on. He needs a 6-point ride to get up into the lead. Is he going to go up vertical there? And there you go. Luis Denise is crowned your 2023 men's world champion for the SUP surfing tour.
Still waiting for that last score of Ben to see if that's going to put him up in the 3rd or 4th place. Some amazing sportsmanship out here from the surfers. Congratulations, Luis Denise.
So, event champion and world champion Luis Denise is going to be super stoked.
As we're seeing the Brazilian flag out here with Leco.
Wellington. Felipe Martin as well, representing Brazil, living here in Gran Canaria. Here to support the champion on screen.
Just enjoy those pictures of Luis Denise with the drone. But congratulations to all the men in this heat because they put on an amazing performance.
Oh, they certainly did. It was amazing to see the waves turn it on for both the women's and the men's SUP surfing final. We had a fantastic day of action. Luis Denise really putting together some great scores to take the win there. And his fellow countryman, Leonardo Jimenez, locking in a 9.10. So some great backhand surfing for those two.
Yes. Leonardo really getting some high wave scores in this event.
He certainly is, yeah. He probably takes home the probably 2 highest wave scores.
Yeah, almost with a 9.1 and a 10-point ride in the longboard. Look at that. I love seeing this, you know, great sportsmanship, great friends, traveling together, been together this whole week, and now we can crown Luis Denise as the winner.
How amazing to see Luis Denise adding another world title to his name in some fantastic conditions here at El Lloret. It's been great to watch all of the action happening. And we see them making their way back in. No one opting for a free surf though afterwards. Everyone staying on the beach, going to really cheer on Luis Denise as we're going to go to the podiums to crown the world champions.
So make sure to go on Instagram and Facebook to follow that. We will be sending some live updating stories, and you'll get some behind the scenes, maybe some interviews with the surfers. So yeah, make sure to follow the APP World Tour here, where we'll keep you updated on the podium and get some comments from the surfers.
Yeah, that's right. As we see Luis Denise paddling in here, your new world champion for the men's. And Abaya Moreno, your new world champion for the women.
We're just having a little replay. There was Benoit's last wave. We're still missing a score from that one.
I don't think it was enough, though, to change any situation. As we see the recap here, Luis Denise, this is why he was crowned your men's world SUP surfing champion, putting on some great performances throughout this heat. Taka as well, putting on some huge turns. Put together some great heat scores up into the 7-point ride. Surfing like that, it's fantastic. And Leonardo put on some great performances to secure a 9.1. And Benoit Carpentier, your last year's world champion. Put some great surfing on the line in this heat. How do you found a few more maneuvers to do on the inside? Would have got those scores a little bit higher. I'm feeling this is Leonardo's, one of his better waves. Jumps off there. And we're going to take a look at Luis's last wave here, as we're going to sign off for the broadcast. Emily, it's been an absolute pleasure calling the action with you.
It's been amazing. Thank you so much, Bo. Thanks for sharing all your knowledge with me, and it's been such a pleasure commentating with you this whole week.
Yeah, as we look forward to the 2024 schedule being released for the APP World Tour surfing side. Stay tuned to appworldtour.com for all those updates.
And now head over to the Instagram and the Facebook to follow the action from the podium and with some reactions from the surface. Thank you so much.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
AP World Champion. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Yeah, I really happy for the stay here. E first, glória a Deus. E é isso, vou mandar logo um português para ficar mais claro. E toda a honra e toda a glória seja dada a Deus. Eu nem ia vir para esse campeonato, então 2 dias antes acabei recebendo a passagem, vim aí, ganhei. Então foram muitos anos aqui, subindo pouco a pouco. E só Deus sabe o que eu fiz, o quanto eu trabalhei para poder chegar nessa vitória aqui nesse evento. Um lugar que para mim é um dos meus favoritos. E é isso, estou muito feliz. Obrigado a toda a minha família, todos meus amigos, patrocinadores que estão aí me apoiando. E é isso, glória a Deus. Um beijo para minha família, para minha filha e para minha esposa.
Well, congratulations, you have made Brazil very proud. Now enjoy your winnings with your friends. Congratulations, Luis.
Thank you.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a more time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Some great surfing from Peru. Very confident surfer from France. In the second position for the junior girls, Sakura Inui. And backing up the junior girls world champion, Kaede Inui.
Yeah, girls, give it up. 1, 2, 3. Yay! I'll wrap the trophies.
So Kaede Inui taking the 2023 World Junior Girls Champion. Back-to-back World Champion. Thank you very much, ladies.
No. The water bottle.
And we move into the Junior Boys Division. In fourth place, Lucas Winterdrew. Fantastic surfer from him all week, competing in the longboard as well. In third place, Titouan Pajot from France. He's not here for this award ceremony, unfortunately, for Titouan. In second place, Enrique Perez Serra from Spain. Enrique putting on an amazing display of sup surfing throughout the whole junior division. If Enrique is here. Nope, doesn't look like Enrique is here. So we'll move on to the winner of the junior men's, Kapono Fukuda from Japan. Your 2023 World Junior Boys Champion. Also backing up his win from last year. Unfortunately, a few competitors not being here for the podium. Thanks for your support, Lucas, for being here. Moving into the longboard women's division. In equal third place this year for 2023, Camito Buona and Ibaya Moreno. And a bit of a repeat for the junior girls final for the longboard women. In second place, Sakura Inoue. So great to see the APP World Tour supporting women longboard sup surfing. The winner for 2023, Kaede Inui. Thank you very much, ladies. Excellent work. As we move into the men's longboard division, in fourth place, also making an appearance in the pro sup surfing final, Leonardo Jimenez from Brazil. In third place, very accomplished longboard surfer from France, Benoit Carpentier. And in second place for the men's longboard, Leco Salazar. And your 2023 men's world longboard sup surfing champion from Japan, Taka Inoue. What a display of longboard sup surfing we had all week here for the APP World Tour. Thank you very much, guys. As we move into the pro divisions that were held today, starting off with the women's final. In fourth place, Sakura Inoue. Lots of trophies for Sakura. In third position today, Luci Cosneto from Argentina. In second place, your 2022 world champion, Kaede Inui. And the Gran Canaria Pro-Am event winner, now two-time sup surfing world champion, your 2023 world champion, Ibaya Moreno. Let's give it up for another round of applause for these women, putting on an amazing performance of SUP surfing, increasing the level year after year. Well done, ladies. Thank you very much. That leaves us with only one more division to crown the champions. Moving into the men. 4th place today in the men's division, Benoit Carpentier. In 3rd position with a couple of the highest wave scores of the event, from Brazil, Leonardo Jimenez. In 2nd place this year, your longboard world champion, Taka Inoue from Japan. And Louise Denise is your 2023 Men's World SUP Surfing Champion. Give it up for Louise Denise. Thanks very much, guys. Fantastic display of SUP surfing. Louise, amazing job. Congratulations. Thank you very much, guys.
Tristan.
So, Luis Denise, just stay here. Ebaya Moreno, I'll call you up for another photo opportunity for the World Championship. Ebaya Moreno. Another. Oh. I'm talking to Dana. Excuse me. Well, Louise and Ebaya, your 2023 World SUP Surfing Champions for the APP World Tour. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming down to watch all the action. Big thanks to all the competitors as well. Couldn't do the event without you. I look forward to hopefully returning to this beautiful island, Gran Canaria, in 2024.